Live to the UK. News, information, entertainment, and the best music from the past 40 years. This is Play 2 UK. James Whale. Call 01243 55 60 60. Email studio@playradiouk.com. Skype play.radio.uk. Live and unleashed. The James Whale Show on Play 2 UK.
James Whale. Silence was never an option.
Yes, here we go. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the wonderful world of Whale. The James Whale Radio Show is on the air. Or should that be on the net? Is the term on the air now useless? I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe it should be on the net, on the wireless. Maybe it's on the wireless. I don't know. Somebody tell me. What do you think? Anyway, good evening. It's the early evening show, still a couple of weeks, but I can tell you hot news and exclusive. The James Whale Radio Show is going to double the time it's on the air, and we're going to go later. We're going to go on from 8 till 12 in a few weeks' time. I'll tell you more when I know. Now, listen, thanks for joining us tonight. I know it's early. I know a lot of you are perhaps heading home in your cars. And if you're not, and you're wondering how on earth people can listen to the James Whale Radio Show in their cars, stay tuned, and we'll tell you later. Uri Geller is going to be my guest on the programme tonight. We're also going to talk to a guy who reckons he can get you off your parking ticket if you have had trouble with parking. And, of course, we're going to explore what's in the news and the things that everybody wants to talk about. Now, the James Whale Radio Show tonight, of course, until 10 here from Playradio UK, and also, of course, you may be listening via my website at jameswhaleradio.com. Nice to have you with us. Matt's putting together a fabulous programme tonight, I can't tell you. He's been very, very busy all week, has worked on this show. He's worked on this show tirelessly, absolutely tirelessly. He's had a couple of nights where he's not gone to bed, not gone home, not done anything like that. It hasn't improved his looks, but there we are. Not to worry. Hasn't got him a girlfriend. Well, he's not interested in girls, as we all know. Anyway, Matt, what's your week been like? Good?
It's been all right.
Good. I'm so pleased about that. When am I going to Manchester? Adrian wants loads of emails. Thank you for those. Let's start with a few emails. When am I going to Manchester? I've just come back from Manchester. I was in Manchester at the weekend. I went to celebrate Freddie Starr's 50 years in show business. What a night that was.
Good, was it?
It was manic. And Freddie ends up on the toilet on the stage.
Oh, no.
Sitting on the toilet on the stage. So I've done an interview, and you'll be able to hear that on the website, jameswhaleradio.com, fairly soon. And maybe we should play it out on the programme one night, too.
Mm.
Now, I cannot hear you on Play Radio. Why not, Adrian?
It's the question I asked.
Yeah, I don't understand. He's emailed me here at james.whale@playradiouk.com, which you can do when I'm not on the air. Tonight, if you want to email, by the way, there's some pillow here. Where is it? Seamus so-and-so. Oh, hold on. Sniffing. I've got email. I haven't got email. I've got hay fever. Right. I had an email from this bloke. It annoyed me straight away. Hang on just a moment. I think we've got a call coming in. Hello?
What time is Uri Geller on?
Who's that?
Well, I'll tell you later when I'm speaking to Uri, if I get to.
Right. Would you like to... You'd like to speak to Uri?
I really would, yeah.
Okay, 5 minutes.
He's on in 5 minutes?
I'm going to try and get him on in 5 minutes, yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Shall I call back in 5 minutes?
Well, you can call back. Call back in 5. What's your name? You don't want to tell me? Danny. Okay.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah.
See, Danny, she I thought that was a girl. She's
yeah.
What?
Well, you know, some boys have got very high voices.
Well, yeah, Matt, for instance.
Yeah, we could be twins, Matt and I.
Yeah, Matt could be twins, yeah. Yeah. Perhaps you are twins.
He's quite good looking, I think.
Oh, thank you.
You like sort of young, kind of emaciated, rather greasy sort of... Is that the sort of thing you go for?
I like the young bit.
The young.
Yeah, I decided, like, a few days ago, I'm only ever going to go for young men from now on.
Why, have you been going for older ones?
Well, yeah, I was thinking young men was, like, a bad idea because they were too immature. But I went out with this guy, 47, been out on 3 dates with him. He's, like, too old.
He's what?
He was so old, he even kind of started to, like, have the posture of an old man.
Yeah, terrible when people do that. Terrible when people... What Matt's going to look like when he gets to 20, I've no idea. Right, okay, listen, phone back in a bit.
Okay, will do.
All right, bye.
Thanks, bye.
Who's she? Do you know her? No.
Can't know.
No. Seamus O'Reilly, that's right, Seamus O'Reilly, who said, I keep giving out the wrong email address on the show. Well, don't give out the wrong email address. If you want to email the programme, it's studio@playradiouk.com. Studio@playradiouk.com, that's easy. Keep on going, expand your great show, my best wishes to your family, you arsehole. That's not very nice, is it? I mean, did you read that first?
I didn't know.
It really is.
Made me laugh when you were reading it out earlier, though.
That's quite hurtful. Could we get David Davis to join UKIP? I don't know. I don't think so. I think he would love to have you as Nigel Farage would like to have me as a UKIP member. Okay. We're talking about the wonderful world of politics. This week, you know the show that goes out Thursday night, 11:30 Thursday night. I'm on this week. This Thursday. Big TV this weekend. I'm looking forward to that. And I'm doing another show for Press TV tomorrow. So I'm quite busy now. I'm quite busy. What are we doing?
What are we doing?
You were going to ring Uri.
Uri in a couple of minutes, yeah? You've got another email that's coming on your screen, which I'll leave you with. You want me to go phone now?
Did you manage to read Richard Littlejohn's excellent article about Gordon Brown today? Just brilliant and so true. It's about time this useless piece of crap went. How pathetic was Brown begging to the Arabs last week. Martin in Ashford. Well done, Martin. I did read Littlejohn's column. I always read it. I think it's a great column. I want to talk about all sorts of things tonight. I want to talk... I'm just going to throw one thing out before we talk to Uri, and that's this. And in fact, I did a blog you can listen to jameswellradio.com about this particular article, and I did suggest that perhaps if you were interested, you'd ring in. It's Nelson Mandela's 90th birthday celebrations, and for some strange reason, he decided to come to Britain to celebrate them. Well, if you had the choice, you would, wouldn't you? Now, you know, let's remember that Nelson Mandela was a terrorist, and he was responsible for the deaths of a lot of innocent people. Now, Nelson Mandela, of course, was at the forefront of the fight against apartheid, and every normal right-thinking person would support the abolition of any kind of apartheid anywhere in the world. But that said, I find this pathetic adulation of this man incomprehensible. You know, people fawn all over him. ITV are dedicating an evening's programming and a rock concert to his birthday. The people of Zimbabwe are suffering greatly at the moment, and if one person could do something about it, it would be Mandela. I will be interested to know your views on that. You can email me at studio@playradiouk.com from anywhere around the world. We want to say hi to our American listeners tonight, or maybe this afternoon, our Australian, our German, our South African listeners. Wherever you are in the world, it's nice to talk to you. Okay, time for us to meet my friend Uri Geller. Hi, Uri.
Hey, James. Hi. Thank you very much, and I congratulate you for your new radio show.
Well, here we are. Listen, I thought it was about time, Uri. I'm going to follow your lead and invade the world, really.
Well, I think that the only person who can do that is you and Mandela together.
Well, listen, you heard what I said about Nelson Mandela. You've met him, I think, haven't you?
You know, yes, I met him a long time ago. He's 90 years old now.
That's right.
And he looks amazing. Maybe he walks a little kind of, you know, not the right way, but there is so much charisma that he exudes. There is so much power and energy emanating out of this man that he still is a very powerful, energetic voice in the world.
Why doesn't he use it at the moment? The fact that South Africa is it's not reaching its full potential, and the government of South Africa seem not to be interested in anything very much. They could have helped the people of Zimbabwe. They haven't. Mandela could, on his own, have said, "Listen, Mugabe is a tyrant that has to be removed, and the nations in Africa have to stand up to him." But nobody has done it.
Yes, but that would mean, James, a mini war and lives lost.
Absolutely, I agree. And I wouldn't want it to be a mini war. I would want it to be in some way a bloodless revolution, if we could, that can ever be achieved.
Well, until now, it's not bloodless at all. So many people have been killed by the regime, but his time is coming. The world will not allow this to continue. And, I don't want to jump the gun here, but people like him are taking the major risk of being tried later on in the courts in The Hague.
Let's talk a bit about you, because we haven't spoken for ages, because you've been all over the world.
Yes, I have. And, it's so great to speak to you, because we haven't been in touch for, quite a few months, maybe even, just over a year.
Do you think it's just over a year or not?
Yes. And I followed your kind of mini clash. Maybe you don't want to talk about it, but why not, with your ex-radio station. And, James, to do the right thing and be praised is good. But to do the right thing, even when you get criticized, takes guts. And you have guts. And we will talk this over, because you have been so many years on that radio station. Don't want to plug it now. And for me, it was such a shock to hear that you were no longer there. Do you ever discuss this on this new radio program?
I have. Let me put it this way: because there is a legal case now about this, it is difficult for me to talk about it. I have written another chapter to go in the paperback version of my book, which comes out later this year. But at this moment, it would probably not be a good idea for me to talk about it. But trust me, the truth of the matter will come out. But at this moment, it is a bit...
Yeah, you're right.
You know better than me, because...
Absolutely. The truth will come out, but because of the legal situation that one gets into, you're really not allowed to talk, because it can be thrown against you at a later stage. But, James, when real situations at work or even at home make you want to explode with anger, because that's basically what happened to you, or sink into unhappiness... you've got to say to yourself, hey, I'm glad this is only a game. And it is a game, James.
Absolutely.
And sometimes, if you reflect back at what you've done, of course it's not trivial. You cannot trivialize it. But, hey, you want to get on with your life. You want to do positive things.
Exactly.
You want to be optimistic. You want to be inspired and motivated to do bigger things.
Exactly, and as you know, we've been friends for a long time, you and me, and I always think about how positive you've been, even when things have been really against you and when things have been down, and you're an inspiration, Uri.
Well, listen, I James, you got to try to see yourself as others see you, and be prepared for a nasty surprise. That's how it is sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I think the interesting thing is that everybody gets things like this happening to them in their lives. They get illness, they get disappointments, and from time to time they get, adulation. And everybody, however bad your life gets and however terrible you think it's going to be, you have to hang on, and you have to move through it, because life is like, I don't know, it's like, show jumping, if you like. It's going round a ring, if you will, and there are obstacles thrown in your way the whole time. And
that is exactly so. And James, you do right, and you need fear no man, and don't worry about anything.
I'll tell you a funny little bit here.
Yeah.
Ken Livingstone today was interviewed, and a journalist rang me a few hours ago and said, Ken Livingstone now wants to stand up for you and say whatever it was you may or may not have said in support of Boris Johnson, and I can't tell you what I said because nobody's ever played it to me or discussed it with me, to be honest with you. But Ken Livingstone has now said he wants to see people being allowed to say exactly what they think, and whether they happen to be presenting a program, writing an article. You know, the public are intelligent enough, and this is absolutely true. The public are intelligent enough to make up their own mind.
Yes. Look, James, that's correct. But, you know, right now, people in the United States don't know what you're talking about.
No, I know.
It's a localized domestic situation, and now you have the power, you can call it the WWW power.
Mm-hmm.
You're heard worldwide.
Yeah.
And I think that you have so many more important, bigger issues to cover.
I totally agree, and that's why I haven't spoken about this particularly. I mean, it's been big in my life, and I've done a couple of interviews on radio stations in America because they couldn't understand how you could be in trouble for saying something that, you know, in a political way, because, of course, all radio stations in America are politically motivated, the same way most newspapers are.
Absolutely. You know, I get at home, and when I travel, and in a moment I'll tell you what I've been doing in the last year and a half, but I watch Fox TV, I watch CNN, I watch Sky, and it's so clear that some of these channels are definitely politically motivated, and they're on one side. Although you hear the words, you know, it's fair and balanced, and we say the truth, etc., etc. It's you know, you read in between the line. There is a subliminal message that, you know, maybe to the ordinary person is hard to detect, but it's there.
Yeah.
And it's bound to be there because look at you. You spoke probably from your heart. Now you know, we are all natural beasts. We are people who have to say what is hurting us, what is on our hearts. We want to say the truth. And many a time, when you know you shouldn't have said what you said, you say it because that is the truth.
Well, sorry, go on.
And you said that, and it cost you, you know, a job. But let's go on now.
Well, let me just listen, just before we go on that, what I did or didn't say, I'm not 100% sure of because I haven't had it played to me. But I do want to just make the point because it's important. I know the rules, and if I broke the rule, it would have been an accident. I wouldn't have done it on purpose. And also I had a producer who, of course, was there to make sure anything that shouldn't have gone out didn't go out. And this will all come out in the fullness of time, but it's a little difficult to talk about it at the moment. Now,
it's hard, but again, I have to reflect on these news programs that I watch, and I love Fox. I think they're great. They're doing a great job.
Do you think we have too much news? Do you think people are too informed now, Uri, or not?
James, we're bombarded non-stop, day in, day out with news. Come on, and it's 98% it's bad news.
I know.
Why do you think this violence? I mean, you know, we are being poisoned every day, and you know, bad news. People are interested in bad news. You know, I look at myself, for instance. I have been a very controversial individual throughout my life. There are those people who believed Uri Geller. There are those who did not, tried to debunk me, and so on. But you've got to learn how to master that. You have to learn how to turn that around and make it beneficial for you. Like, for instance, Oscar Wilde, 100 years ago, said, there is only one worse thing than being talked about, and that's not being talked about. So when we are being bombarded by negative news, we are actually absorbing that, but worse than that, children who are, you know, going through developing minds are getting that into their brains, and it's etched in their memory. It's carved into your mind. And let me tell you, when you grow older, you might dip into that pool of negativity, and then one becomes a violent person. But this is what media is about, James, and you know it. They build you up, and then they demolish the pedestal that you're on in order to write more stories and to sell more papers. It's about money. That's all it is all about. The commercials on television, you know, they're run in certain shows that bring you controversial news, negative news, because we are all latched onto that. And it is a kind of an animal instinct in us. You might not agree to me, but it's like the neighbor. Why does my neighbor have greener grass than I do? There is this inbuilt kind of envy, maybe jealousy within all of us. That why don't we have this? We want to hear bad news about somebody we know. Now, I'm not saying everyone is like that, but that's it is. I know that I'm saying what I've experienced in the last 40 years.
Okay, listen, I've got to take a commercial break, and then we'll come back, and I want to talk about your new TV show that has made you a huge star all over the world, all over again. Really, in a way, there's been an Uri Geller renaissance, hasn't there?
Yeah, there.
And I want to talk about that in a moment. This show hasn't been aired in Britain yet, but that we must be probably the last place to see it.
And I'll tell you why in a moment.
Okay, come back right after these words.
Play 2 UK headlines.
John Leslie's sitting out after new allegations of rape were made against him. The former Blue Peter presenters delivered an angry statement on the steps of his solicitors in central London. Police warn cases involving gang crime could be affected by a ruling on anonymous witnesses. Last week, the Law Laws decided defendants have the right to know who their accuser is. A 21-year-old man's been arrested by detectives investigating a diesel raid on a farm which left a woman dead. Rosemary Dove collapsed after phoning police after spotting intruders in Bishop Middleham in County Durham on Sunday. And Andy Murray is due on centre court shortly as he opens his Wimbledon campaign against Fabrice Santoro. The British #1 starts as favourite against the veteran Frenchman, who's never got past the third round.
You're up to date on Play 2 UK.
Hello, you're on Playradio.
Hello.
Who's that?
Richard. Just let me have a look on my back of my clothes. Eddie, E. Large. You must remember me. I was very big in the 50s.
Yes.
Shirley Temple.
Yeah, I do.
Langford.
What can I do for you, Eddie?
I've heard the rumour that I'm on your show. I want to tape it, so if you could tell me when it is, I'd appreciate that.
You were actually on last week.
On what?
On my show.
Well, I don't remember that.
All right, well, don't worry, Eddie, you can still hear the show at playradiouk.com/podcast.
What time?
Anytime you like.
Oh, this is computer stuff. It's brilliant, this.
Hershey's Half Hour. 30 minutes of top-flight entertainment expertly crammed into 2 hours. Sundays from 10 on Play 2 UK.
Are everyday items stretching your family income to the limits at the moment? Me too. Well, I found this amazing website, comparison-plus.co.uk. It's amazing. You can compare the prices of thousands of products from all the big retailers. And what's more, it's a totally free service. You don't have to become a member to use Comparison Plus. But if you do register with comparison-plus.co.uk, you get cashback rewards, giving you even bigger savings. Don't pay over the odds. Click comparison-plus.co.uk and start saving now.
Okay, welcome back. The James Whale Radio Show here on Play Radio UK, available through my website at jameswhaleradio.com. Tonight, we're speaking with the legendary mind control man, a man who has done more for people in the realms of positive thought, has been a man who has met, I don't know, well, who haven't you met, Uri? I was just thinking, you've met kings and queens, presidents, prime ministers, everybody.
Yeah, I met a lot of people, and reflecting back at my career, you know, when I was living in New York in the early 70s, I was definitely on an ego trip. I was after fame and fortune, and it was understandable because I came from a very poor family, and I wanted to make a lot of money quickly, and obviously every time a celebrity came my way, I wanted to take pictures with them and so forth. It was rather shallow, yes, but I've learned a lot from this. I've met people like Salvador Dali. I've worked with Salvador Dali for 2 years, Picasso, Andy Warhol, presidents, prime ministers, and what I realized is that many celebrities, James, who have everything, who have money, fame, fortune, etc., are lacking spirituality. I was lacking that in the 70s. I didn't even know what spirituality meant when John Lennon looked at me, because I was going through terrible times. I had bulimia, I had panic attacks, I had anxiety attacks. I simply didn't know how to handle my success. And John looks at me and says, "Hey, Uri, what are you doing to yourself? You look like an Auschwitz survivor." And Yoko said, "Go to Japan and find spirituality." And I said, "Well, okay, I've heard of the word, but what is it?" And I actually listened to both of them, gave away all my belongings, got on a plane with my mother, my wife Hannah, my 2 children, my brother-in-law, landed in Narita Airport, rented a van, and drove straight to Mount Fuji. And I actually disappeared into a forest for 1 year with my entire family. And I found myself. And I came out a changed person.
What did you do in the forest for a year?
Well, first of all, I had no television, no telefaxes, there were no emails then. I meditated, I exercised, I contemplated, I did affirmations, I blended into nature, and then I understood that, you can have all the money in the world, but it's not going to bring your health, it's not going to bring your happiness. You can't buy those things, and it's not going to bring you peace of mind. And when I left Japan, because my children, Daniel and Natalie, had to go to school, they were only about 5 or 6, I realized that so many celebrities are lost. They don't have that spirituality. And that's why many of them are miserable, sad, lonely. They go into drugs, alcohol, and so on.
Okay. Let's talk a bit about your show. And I've got a couple of people who want to talk to you on the phone. Do you want to talk to people or not?
Sure.
Okay.
Look, I'll tell you about my show. The show is called The Successor. It's a series. And it all started in Israel just over a year and a half ago, where I was visiting because I was negotiating with the Palestinians, because I am the president of the Friends of the Red Cross of Israel. And the TV producer calls me up in my hotel and tells me, "Uri, we'd like to do a TV show with you." So I invited them over to my hotel, and I kind of joked with them, and I said, what do you want from me? Why don't you find a new Uri Geller? And there was silence. Both producers looked at each other, and I knew that was a TV show. And we rolled it out 4 months later, and it broke all historical rating records in Israel.
So hang on, the point of this program was to look for a new Uri Geller.
Yes.
Somebody who could do mystical thing. Interesting thing, let me just explain to people who are new listeners to my show. I've known Uri, and Uri's been on radio shows and TV shows with me over the years. When I was very ill, I used to have a spoon that Uri bent for me once. I used to put it against where I had my operation, and this sounds a bit balmy and a bit strange, but this is true, and it used to give me a kind of relief from the pain. And I'm one of the few people. I often, after having Uri on my shows, I've been approached by people who say, "Why do you have a charlatan? Why do you have a man who? Why do you talk to him? Why do you do this? Why do you do that?" I've even had magicians tell me, "I can show you exactly how Uri Geller does it," and I have yet to see one person who can bend a spoon without touching it. But I've seen Uri bend a spoon. He's touched the spoon, but it hasn't bent. And you do this from time to time, don't you, Uri?
Yes.
And you give a person the spoon, and I've put it on the desk in front of me on the radio, this particular incident, and the spoon just bent with nobody touching it, nothing.
Well, these things do happen, and when you mentioned that you placed my spoon where you had the operation, vibration, that could have very well been the placebo effect, but so what? If it helps you,
exactly,
that's great. You know,
exactly.
I opened my house with Hannah to terminally ill children. I just had last week 25 mothers with cancer, and I entertain them, I bend a spoon for them, and the spoon becomes a placebo effect because they're so impressed that then I can slide into talking to them about positive thinking and how important it is to believe that parallel with medicine, you can be a positive thinker and enhance the healing system in your body. Anyhow, so what happened is we looked for the new Uri Geller in Israel. We found 10 contestants, and they all performed in front of me.
What did they have to do?
They did all kinds of amazing and astonishing acts. And you know what I did? When I stepped on the stage for the first time, and the presenter asked me, tell me, Uri, what are these guys? Are they magicians? Are they mentalists? Are they psychics? Are they paranormalists? Are they psychological manipulators? My answer to him was, listen, I don't care what they are and how they do it. What I do care about, though, is that I want to see the most mind-blowing show here on this stage. I want to be impressed. I want my hair on my arms to stand on end. I want the people at home to be entertained and mind-blown. That's what the Successor is about. So whether these guys do it real or not, whether they're mentalists or they do have powers of the mind, I don't care, because, you know, I'm not only looking at the act, but I'm looking for charisma, I'm looking for personality, I'm looking for character, those things you can't buy in a magic shop. So the show became so successful that NBC in America snapped it up. So I spent 12 weeks in the United States in Los Angeles, and then it went to Germany, from Germany to Holland, from Holland to Hungary, from Hungary to Turkey. It was bought by Canada and Australia, and now I'm preparing for Russia.
Well, listen, we should do it in Britain. I can be the presenter of the show here in this country. And why hasn't anybody taken it up yet?
I actually like what you just said. Look, these countries that I just mentioned to you, I've done the shows and there are signed contracts, etc. There are many other countries standing in a line which I cannot talk about or mention. I can definitely tell you that it will come to England too, but it's timing. I can't be in one place, you know, or in 2 or 3 places at the same time. Do you know what they did for me? They had the show in Hungary on Thursday, and on Saturday it was in Turkey, and I had to shuttle with a private jet just to make sure that I get back to Hungary on time. So it's not an easy thing to do, but I enjoy it. I derive a lot of pleasure from it. It's exciting, and I see things that freak me out, James.
Well,
I mean, I've seen things that blew my mind.
Last time you phoned me, you were in Budapest, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I shuttled to Istanbul to do the show there. And, you know, in Turkey it was also great. It was they didn't have the right studio, so they built a studio in a basketball court. And the presenter was one of the most famous movie directors and commercial directors, a la Ridley Scott. So he was a presenter, and there are always 10 performers. I sit in a big, massive chair, and there are 3 celebrities every week, and the mentalists are doing their acts using the celebrities. Then when the performance is over, 4 minutes to 8 minutes, I give a verdict. But it's the people at home that make the decision who stays and who goes.
And has there anybody been found that really you believe is perhaps a successor to what Uri Geller has done, or not?
Well, look, every country had a winner. You know, there's a winner in America who went home with $250,000. Germany, a great winner. Holland, a great winner. And they're all very different. It's very interesting. I do believe that the finale, you know, after I do all these countries around the world, we will do the showdown in Las Vegas, which will be the world's greatest mentalist. And hopefully he will be close to what I've been for 40 years. And once again, just to mention to all our listeners, it's not what I do, the spoon bending and the mind reading, that made Uri Geller, although I managed to instill spoon bending into world culture. You know, Matrix, Keanu Reeves has a segment with spoon bending. Kenny Rogers sings about spoon bending. Johnny Cash, R.E.M., Michael Stipe. It's amazing. But beside my act, it's really, I think, the way my longevity lasted, because the way I am. I'm natural. There's no BS. I say what I say, and I'm controversial.
All right. Let me ask two questions before. I've got a young lady called Danny who's been ringing in all day, apparently, to try and talk to you.
Okay.
She wants to talk. Let's talk to her first. All right. I don't know what she wants to say. Danny?
Hello.
Hi. You're through to Uri.
Hi, Uri.
Hi, Danny. It's very difficult to hear you. Your voice is very faint, so talk
I know,
louder,
yours
please.
is very faint for me as well, so James might have to interpret for us.
Okay.
They don't know how to do their system very well.
Oh, really? I've turned myself down. You should be okay.
What's the question?
I've heard that nowadays you don't call yourself psychic anymore, but you used to call yourself psychic. And from listening to you, I can hear that now you're using the words mentalist and entertainer. So is that true that you don't call yourself a psychic, and why is that?
Yes, it is true. I learned, and I'm saying it shamelessly, I've learned how to reinvent myself, and that's a very good advice for people out there. But having said that, because I don't call myself a psychic doesn't mean that I don't have energies or powers.
But do you have psychic powers?
With my show, The Successor, I feel more comfortable to call myself a mystifier. That's what I am. I'm a mystifier because for 40 years I've mystified millions and millions of people around the world.
Okay, but does that mean that when you were saying that you were a psychic in the past, that now you're saying you weren't actually psychic?
It doesn't mean anything. I just invented a great name, a mystifier. I like it more than psychic. But once again, I'm very strong on this fact that doesn't mean that I'm not psychic. I think everyone is psychic. James, you will attest to that. We all have some kind of an energy or a mind power that basically is not developed in us. We are all, I believe, telepathic. We all go through experiences like deja vu. You think of a song, and somebody suddenly starts to sing it or whistle it. So I think we do have a kind of a woven string of telepathy within us.
But I think when we've spoken about this before, Uri, I think you've said, and I would agree, and it's quite right, that there is a connection between people that they have forgotten. There's a sort of there's a sixth sense. Maybe there's a seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th sense. I don't know. There's a sense that animals have that human beings don't have. The interesting thing about Uri that I should point out, I seem to have lost Danny, so I don't know if you can get her back, but she's disappeared. I don't know where she's gone. The fact is that not every time you decide you're going to bend a spoon, and there was a time some years ago we used to talk about this. You say, I'm not going to bend any more spoons. I'm embarrassed about doing it. I don't like doing it. It's an embarrassing thing. It's just a silly thing. I don't want to do it anymore. And we had a long chat. I don't know if you remember this.
I do remember this. And once again, just to explain, Danny, who called us a few seconds ago, is that what you label yourself is not really that important. It's the way you think. I believe that all of us, including me and you, James, we have certain psychic powers in us. I chose to call myself a mystifier because it's a great word. It's better than psychic, and if someone doesn't like it, then they know where they can go.
But let's people sometimes when you do things like that have questions to ask, don't they? And
of course.
What they want to know is, do you still possess powers, and do you possess powers that are different to other people, or do you believe that there are other people with these powers who, if they only knew how to use them, could use them.
Of course, I believe that there are people with different sorts of powers. I'll tell you. Let me say this. You know, when I do my spoon bending demonstration on television or on radio, because I've done it with you a few times, and I say to everyone, 1, 2, 3, shout the word bend, or hold a broken watch, shout 1, 2, 3, and shout the word work, or place the watch or the spoon on your radio and the spoon jumps off. I had hundreds of thousands of these type of reports. Now, let's just decipher this. If, say, 1,000 people called in who claimed that their spoons jumped off the radios, let's cut that in half. Let's say that 500 are lying. They're making it up because they want to be on radio. We stayed with 500 people. Let's take another half of 250 people who thought that the spoon jumped off, but it slipped off, or the watch had a mechanical thing, you shook it and you started it. But then, James, you are left with 250 people who actually experienced a genuine phenomenon. It's that simple.
Okay.
Do you agree?
I do.
You have to, because
I do. Listen, much as I'd love to be a skeptic, Uri, I can't be a skeptic because I've witnessed you doing these things.
But you know, there are people who have not witnessed.
Well,
listen, I've been debunked and exposed so many times, millions and millions of times. When people tell me, oh, there are so many stories about you, exposing you, I say one thing: did they spell my name correctly? Because I look at it this way: it doesn't matter what they say about you, as long as they spell your name correctly. When there is a negative article or some website writes something, if it's not character assassination or outright libel,
well,
I don't read it, I measure it.
Let's just look at what happened, and if people have ever read any books about Uri, they will know that Uri worked for American intelligence because they were interested in something Uri could do, which was called remote viewing. You worked on all sorts of things, including, I think, what people don't know, Uri, is perhaps where you made enormous quantities of money was finding mineral wealth for people, and that companies actually employed you to tell them whether it wasn't a good idea to drill in certain places for oil or look for gold or diamonds or whatever.
Yeah, that is true. I won't elaborate, but I can tell you of one incident when I was in Mexico, partly working for the CIA at that time. I was actually asked by the president of Mexico if I could find oil for them. So the head of Pemex, which is a national oil company, got me into a plane. I flew over the Gulf of Mexico with a map on my lap. I raised my hand. I was dowsing over the map. I felt a spot. I marked it with a marker, with a Sharpie, and months later they found oil there. It's still the biggest offshore oil. And guess what? The president of Mexico was so impressed that he made me a Mexican citizen. I have a passport, a Mexican passport, number one, because no one else ever, you have to be born in Mexico. So, yes, I've used my dowsing talents, in locating oil fields, mines, gold mines, diamond pipes, and so forth. But I very rarely talk about that.
Okay, I want to leave this on not such a positive note, if that's okay with you. I don't think you're going to be you are going to be upset about it, but not personally. Today, this rather tenuous ceasefire between the Palestinians and the Israelis seems to have been broken. I don't know whether you heard the latest news.
Yes, I have.
What do you think?
Well, I think that we need to have peace negotiations continuously all the time. And I do believe that we will have long-lasting peace. Israel has to be more flexible, maybe, but then you have to ask the question, well, how can we? Here we are, we had a ceasefire, and 3 Katyusha rockets, or whatever they were, fell into Sderot, with children running around out of school. It's going to be very, very tough, but it is coming. It's along the way. It's around the corner. Let me finish by this. I told you that a year and a half ago I negotiated an interesting deal between the Palestine Red Crescent and the Israeli Red Cross, which is called Magen David Adom. Obviously, I can't take credit for everything because a lot of people were involved. Arik Sharon, Condoleezza Rice, the president of Switzerland, Micheline Kalmaray, the State Department, the Israeli, cabinet, and so forth. And when we came to a deadlock, it just did. We couldn't talk to the Palestinians. This was in Geneva. I looked at the Swiss foreign minister, who then became the president. Her name is Micheline Kalmaray, and I said to her, "Can you please tell the maitre d', the waiter, to bring a big spoon?" And everyone looked at each other because they thought, what on earth is going on here? And she said to the waiter, "Go and get a spoon." He came out. The spoon was lying on a silver tray. I picked it up. The Palestinians and the Israelis were all sitting around the table, about, I would say, 14 or 15 people. And I said to the Palestinians, "Look," started stroking the spoon. The spoon started bending, and I placed the spoon in the head of the Palestine Red Crescent's hand, the man, and the spoon continued bending. It freaked them out so much, it blew their mind, that suddenly there was no blockage anymore. There was no brick wall between us. It was almost like the Berlin Wall going down. They started laughing and talking, and guess what? A few weeks after that, we signed the agreement with them.
Well, maybe you can do the same, because the continuing death and destruction on both sides in Israel and the Palestinian territories is just one of the biggest one of the biggest problems the world has, isn't it? And it just doesn't seem to get any better ever.
Yes, we had long conversation into the early hours of the night, you and I, about this. But, I'm a positive thinker.
I know you are.
I'm a believer. I believe that there is an outer force out there, and the universe doesn't like delays. I believe that if you think positive and you send a wish out there, it's going to come back to you. And I hope that we are going to solve the Middle East problem very, very soon.
Uri, good to talk. Let's talk soon.
Thank you, James. God bless everyone.
See you soon, mate.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Uri Geller. Uri Geller, just one of the world's most interesting people, with different facets to him that some people know nothing about. Okay, listen, if you want to talk, 08, I'll do it again, 01243, I'm still doing it, the other number, 01243 55 60 60, going to come on the air, 01243 55 60 60, we'll have to try and get Uri back on at another time. And look out for his program, The Successor, which is being seen in every country in the world, but not this one. Amazing. Fat Steve is there. I can see him on Skype. And wave, Fat Steve, if you can hear me. There we are. He's got a spoon. You going to bend that for me in a moment, Fat Steve? I shall... what?
Talking to one of my favorite benders, so
really? And
I'm glad that you're no longer there, so we can have a nice discussion.
Are you going to bend the spoon, though, Fat Steve? That's what I want to know.
I may sit on it, which could cause eruption.
I want to see you bend it. Why are all my callers who are on Skype who have webcams wearing baseball caps? That's the thing, shading their faces. Have you noticed that? I think Fat Steve's probably famous. He's hiding his face.
He's a little famous, yeah.
I started my own cult, but
you started your own what?
My own cult.
Oh, cult, right? Okay, we'll talk to you in a moment, Steve. Don't go away.
And he went, "Don't tell me what to do, you're a racist." And I went, "I'm not telling you what to do," his name. I said, "I'm asking you to move your arm so she can mop up the drink." Meanwhile, the guy sitting next to me has started on him and said, "Look, you know what, You can't start branding the term being a racist around, because it's far too easy to call someone a racist just because it's something that comes out of your mouth. But in this day and age, that term sticks, even if it's not true.
Not the Tommy Boyd Show with Matt and Stu. Sundays from 7 p.m. UK time, only on Playradio UK.
Playradio UK have teamed up with Virgin Wines to offer you a massive £20 discount off your favourite wines. Visit playradiouk.com/Virgin Wines to start saving now and get your favourite wines delivered to your door. Playradio UK and Virgin Wines, for people who love their wine and a great deal. playradiouk.com/Virgin Wines.
James Wales.
Is that me on? Listen, I'm busy changing the camera. Is this in real time, this one?
It is, yeah.
Oh, no. Hang on.
NTTBS.com.
It's what?
NTTBS.com.
Okay, we don't know whether you can get on. There's 100 spaces to watch it live on the programme tonight. This is how you can go to live viewing of the show tonight. It is
www.nttbs.com and click on watch.
Hang on, you're doing that just because you don't want too many people to go on there. But every time one person comes off,
I don't mind. You want me to do it slower?
Yeah.
That's www.
We know all the W's.
Yes. nttbs.com and click watch.
And click watch. Okay, so it's nttbs.com. Nothing tighter than bullshit. .com.
Yeah.
nttbs.com. Click on switch and you can watch it online. I wonder if Fat Steve is doing that. Are you, Fat Steve?
Well, right now I'm watching myself.
Are you?
Because I have the Skype window up.
I see. Well, hang on. This is a Skype call from Fat Steve. If you want to Skype us, it's Skype. Well, it's not. It's play.radio.uk. If you have a Skype phone, play.radio.uk. You look more professional there than me, you bugger.
I put my hat on backwards, so my face is no longer obscured.
Yeah, you look like one of those mountain men. you look like you should have a banjo in one hand and a bow and arrow in the other.
You were going to say, a captive prisoner in the other.
Now, you're talking from your studio, Stevie, are you?
Yeah, I got band practice today, so there's a little more of a expansive setup, which is why I'm a further distance from the...
I'd like to... When you have a band there, why can't you call us and we can see you in operation?
Well, practice today is at 7:30, but... yeah, I mean, there's footage of us on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. What's the band called?
Band is called Kitty Glitter.
What? Say that again.
Kitty Glitter.
Kitty Glitter?
Kitty Glitter. Yes.
Right. And you're a punk band, are you?
Yeah, sort of. Post-punk. We have a female lead singer.
Oh, really?
And she's just... she's sort of like... I don't know, reminiscent of Shirley Manson from Garbage, but not so Scottish.
What's the weather like outside your curtains? Open the curtains, let me have a look outside.
That's the thing's facing the other way.
Oh, is it? Oh, that's a shame. Nobody ever wants to show me.
It's hot as hell. It's like 93 degrees over here. It's insane.
Well, it's about 75, 80, I would have thought, here today. So, the world is not warming up enough, though, as far as I'm concerned. we need to warm up a little more. Listen, tell me...
You want to have grown in Scotland?
Listen... The climate is going to change. You know my views on climate change. The climate is going to change. All right. I was watching an advertisement today on television, and it really pissed me off. And I'll tell you what it was. There's an organisation called Friends of the Earth, and I know Friends of the Earth, of course, are very keen to sue anybody who has a go at them. So far be it from me to have a go at Friends of the Earth. But if I, they've got these commercials playing. Save the planet. How the flipping heck are Friends of the Earth going to save the planet?
Well, it's funny. George Carlin, the comedian who just died the other day?
Yeah.
He died yesterday, and he had a famous line: "The planet's okay, the people are fucked."
Well, I think he probably was onto something there, because every time I look at the way people behave, from our own stupid politicians right the way down the line, Fat Steve, I think that was probably the best way to put it, because quite frankly, they're all a bunch of lying bastards. I'm doing a TV show tomorrow discussing a book by a guy who's written a book called, his name's David Runciman. I don't know if you ever heard of him. And he's written a book about political hypocrisy. In this book, he explores the fact that if you want to be a politician, then you're going to be a hypocrite. And there have been very few politicians who aren't.
Well, there's so much money in it.
Well, there is money in it, and unfortunately, these people are dictating all over the world how we live our lives and how our lives are affected. But there we are. Maybe that's for another time. I don't know. But I tell you this, though, this whole thing of Friends of the Earth coming on and saying, do this, get this booklet free, maybe you want to make us a donation, all this sort of thing. Friends of the Earth helping to show you how to save the planet. They're not going to save the planet. We're not going to save the planet. The planet will decide if it wants to save itself or not.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. It's weird because, the anti-environmental people tend to put up two completely contradictory arguments, one of which I almost agree with, which is that the problem is worse than we've imagined and that there's not much we can do about it. Now, some people are saying, no, the problem doesn't exist, we're not polluting. I just don't see how that, because there's a scientific consensus that global warming is happening, that the climate is being affected by CO2. You could have a go at scientific.
No, it's not. No, Stevie, first of all, hang on, you're being told the wrong information. Let me tell you, the planet since 1997 has been cooling. It has not warmed up for over 10 years. That is a lie.
Not true.
That certain politicians...
Not true.
No, honestly, trust me, it is.
The average temperature in 97 was higher than the average temperature in 2007, but the average temperature in 98 was much lower than the temperature in 2007. Fluctuating year by year, you can't really make the judgment on that basis. You have to take the 5-year median of what the temperature is.
Exactly. But the temperature has cooled down over the last 10 years. The planet is not warming up. Yeah. But the fact of the matter is this: human beings may be polluting the planet as much as any other. We're not perhaps doing ourselves much good, but the thing is that nature will take care. Global warming is a fallacy which is in the mind of politicians and greeny people. Hang on. Let me finish and then come back.
It's a valid scientific hypothesis that those very people you criticize are jumping on who don't know much about it.
Let me just say this. Let me say this. Climate change, all right? Global warming, I don't agree with. Climate change happens, always has happened. And eventually this planet will go back to an ice age. It has to go back to an ice age. That's the cycle of life on the planet.
That's true, but I mean, if you just look at the change of the climate compared with the amount of CO2 that's being released, it would be very hard not to draw a correlation. I mean, it would just be to ignore the evidence.
No. You've got to look at all the scientists, and there are many, many scientists who are now actually coming out and saying, no, hang on a bit. Okay, well, we may have misrepresented this. We may have misunderstood this.
Any of the major universities, I can tell you that a study done of all the papers from 1997 to 2007 all represented a agreement with some form of man-made climate change.
Some form, but then there has been climate change which has been actuated, if you like, by other things. We've had climate change because when the seas warm up, there is a certain amount of gases that are released from the seas. We've had climate change that has happened because of volcanic eruptions. We've had all sorts of things that affect the climate, of course. but the climate will always... If mankind wasn't here, the climate would still be changing. Maybe it would change in a different way. But what
That's what scientists are really just saying. You know, it's the politicians who are twisting what the scientists are saying.
Exactly.
Like, you know, for example, plastic bag thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I could give you a million reasons why it's good not to make people pay for plastic bags. If only the fact that you're going to end up paying for them being put in a landfill by the people who are using more plastic bags than you are if you're a taxpayer. Ultimately, all waste is paid for by the taxpayer. But when these companies say we're doing it to prevent global warming and we're giving all the money to a global warming charity, it just, you know, it confuses the issue of, you know, non-pollution, non-waste.
Couldn't agree with you more. Listen, Fat Steve, we're going to talk more, I'm sure, later. Thank you for the moment.
Oh, I cut him off, sorry.
Why did you do... Sorry, Stevie, he cut you off. I didn't do that. He's desperate for me to take a commercial break, which I'm going to do. Before I do that, we've got loads of emails coming in. Moustaches and brutal dictators. This is from Peter Collins. Hi, Peter. Keep your emails coming in, guys. Is there something about brutal dictators sporting moustaches? You had Hitler, Stalin, Saddam Hussein, and now Robert Mugabe moustaches look exact replicas of Hitler's. And that pillock Mugabe is starting to behave like a black Hitler. Yet lately, just lately, and James, did you hear them pillocks at the United Nations today issuing a statement condemning Mugabe's mad regime? Well, I don't think Mugabe gives a toss about the United Nations talk shop. I'm sure you're right, actually, Mr. Collins. I'm sure you're right. I'm sorry to say the world has decided to turn their back on the poor people of Zimbabwe, and shame on South Africa for cuddling up to Mugabe and ignoring the atrocities happening just over their border. Maybe I would advise Nelson Mandela to cancel his party in London and visit Zimbabwe and lay down the law to Robert Mugabe. Peter from Birmingham, this is not Colin. Peter from Birmingham, you're absolutely right. I would have more respect for Mugabe if in the middle of his birthday celebrations, which will be screened on ITV later, I would have more respect for the man if he came out, stopped the music and said, you know, Mugabe, you've got to stop behaving like this, and the rest of Africa has got to make sure Mugabe leaves his people alone. To brutalise, to murder, to rape, to beat is not on. And the rest of the world, including this country, we're just sitting here and watching it. It's appalling.
The following commercial will be heard by 3.3 million people and cost nothing.
Salon Supplies is one of the leading professional hair and beauty suppliers in the UK. We service thousands of salons and offer a unique personal service through our dedicated sales consultants who visit salons daily. Our cash and carries are located in Southampton, Gloucester, Sussex, Exeter, Cornwall, Milton Keynes and Northampton. For more information, call our head office now on 02380 227722.
If you want the chance to win valuable advertising, then enter your company into the Business Brainbuster. Just email your details to studio@playradiouk.com.
For perfect personalised cards for any occasion delivered through the letterbox, go to playradiouk.com/moonpig.
Broadcasting live to the UK. News, information, entertainment, and the best music from the past 40 years. This is Play 2 UK. James Whale. Call 01243 55 60 60. Email studio@playradiouk.com. Skype play.radio.uk. Live and unleashed. The James Whale Show on Play 2 UK.
James Whale. Silence was never an option.
Okie dokie, welcome back. As an intelligence officer at MI5, you'll be faced with some of the most challenging issues affecting national security today. The decisions you make will play a major part in our efforts to counter terrorism, espionage, the spread of weapons of mass destruction, and in protecting the UK's critical national infrastructure. This is an advertisement in the Times online. Advertising for MI5 officers. it goes on to say, it's one of the most demanding, stimulating roles you could take on, and also one of the most rewarding. Typically, you would start by assessing or investigating threats to national security over your career. You could also be involved in personal finance management or operational work, ranging from implementing policies to dealing with agents. You would have to your own areas of responsibility, but you would also be working as part of a wider team. Goes on to say, by the way, they're only offering 23,000 for this. The decisions you make will play a major part in our efforts to counter terrorism, espionage, and the spread of weapons of mass destruction. Well, Britain has enormous quantities of weapons of mass destruction. We sell mass-destructing weapons to other countries. Are we going to close ourselves down and our weapons industry down? Maybe we should. And the advertisement goes on to say, you should have either an honours degree or substantial relevant work experience. So if you've been a spy for somebody else, get in touch. 23 grand. It's not a lot to put your life on the line, is it? Would you? Yeah, you might like... Why don't we send Matt to get the job, see if he can get the job, and then...
like a whistleblower.
Yeah, yeah. James, big up to Uri Geller, the parking ticket guys, in my opinion. You are on the air, James, whether it's through a wireless network or an FM modulator attached to your PC or stereo Bluetooth, all use wireless technology. You could also say you're digitally streaming live via Playradio UK. Oh, that's nice. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for the Mike Dickens stuff as well. That's from Tubbs. Now, he mentioned the parking ticket guy. I suppose that's one way of talking about Neil Heron. Neil, good evening to you.
Evening, James. How are you doing?
I'm good, Neil. Where are you?
At this moment in time, in the frozen northern wastelands of Sunderland.
Very nice. Well,
but heading south very shortly.
You're being heard now, not only over the United Kingdom, but over the whole world. And
fantastic. I'm sure they don't have the same parking ticket and CCTV problems that we do.
Well, let's just Neil Heron, tell us about your website, Neil, and then people can check that out while we're talking.
Right, we run a website called parkingappeals.co.uk, which assists motorists appealing the parking fines, claiming refunds for parking fines that the councils have had off them unlawfully, and expose local authorities who have been at it, let's say.
Okay, now, this country, for those of you listening outside the UK, you may like to know that we have, and I suppose it's the same in other countries, but I've never really seen, whether I've been in France or Italy or wherever, and I don't think it's quite the same in America either, the zealousness of parking officials. And of course, the parking officials in this country, by the way, guys, have now had their names changed, which is rather worrying. And we spoke about this before, didn't we, Neil?
Yeah, rather amusingly, they're called civil enforcement officers.
Now, the reason they're called civil... Next week, by the way, we're doing a live link-up with Alex Jones. Alex Jones has quite a lot to say about this. The fact that we are now calling our parking attendants civil enforcement officers is because in the very near future they will have the power to do quite a lot of stuff, which they don't have at the moment.
Yeah. It's getting offensive beyond belief.
Yeah. And, you know, this country has more CCTV cameras and more surveillance over people, whether it happens... And now they're using it for the very stuff that people like Alex Jones and Neil Heron and others were warning you. Now they're using it to see whether you are... picking up your dog mess after you, whether you're actually trying to get your kids into a school that you have no business getting into. This was never what the anti-terrorism laws were put on the statute books for, I thought, but obviously you can't trust the bastards in Parliament.
I think the people in Parliament do not know what's going on, and the local authority, because, they live in their blissful ignorance in their ivory towers, and they don't tend to engage with us, the great unwashed in the real world. And if they did, they would realise that councils are totally abusing their powers, and they're really doing this to fill the black holes in the council budgets. This has become the new stealth tax.
Yep. Why do you think that they're getting away with it so easily? I mean, I saw an article in one of the magazines over the weekend. I think it was in the Mail on Sundays magazine, that putting forward the argument for CCTV, Neil, quite interesting.
Yeah.
One enforcement officer watched a man beating up his wife in the kitchen of their home, was able to get people there before he killed her, and they were saying this is a benefit of CCTV.
Yeah, for every one of those, you have 9,999 motorists who were parking on a single yellow line and nipped into a shop to buy a loaf of bread, and that loaf of bread then cost them £65. So it's an easy hit, it's an easy revenue stream, and if someone is getting beaten up at the side of the road and someone parks at the side of the road with the registration number, who gets found? Well, it's the guy with the registration number, because they're easily traceable. The resources to catch the mugger just aren't there, so the mugger gets away scot-free, and it's only if you can pick them up in real time. But when all your operators are looking for CCTV motoring contraventions rather than CCTV criminal acts, which are criminal and not civil, then that's where the priority is now. And
are you sure they're doing that, Neil? Because apparently they're saying no, they're not using these for this sort of thing. This is just a byproduct of what they're doing.
No. When CCTV was first introduced, or when it has been introduced, it's been introduced for criminal matters, for monitoring criminal activity. Now, because we've got parking and moving traffic contraventions, which are now civil, you're misrepresenting the reason why it was originally set up. And, just imagine this scenario. I'm going to paint a little picture for you, which strikes home exactly how our rights are being infringed. Husband and wife have a vehicle. It's registered in the husband's name, but, you've got a number of legitimate, legally entitled drivers who can jump in that car. They don't need to fill in a log sheet as to where they're going and what they're doing, because they're all users. Just happens as though one person has nominated himself to be the registered keeper.
Sure. Okay.
Off the wife goes. Now, it could be the other way around, so I'm not branding wives and husbands in any different fashion. So the wife goes shopping, husband sitting alone watching the television at home, and the wife pops into a shop, meets her boyfriend, and at the same time gets caught on CCTV getting a parking ticket. Now, the video evidence and the CCTV pictures don't get sent to the wife. They get sent to the husband. So the husband's sitting there 3 weeks later, a CCTV image pops through the door of wife and boyfriend jumping into the back of the car. Husband says, wait a minute, what's going on here? Oh, that's such and such, he's your boyfriend, and you were having an affair. I want a divorce, get the divorce. Now, it's the wife's right to privacy that's been interfered with, because she has a right to wander around the streets and do, or he does as well, and engage in whatever activities without interference by public authorities and with a right to privacy. So he, as the registered keeper, has been passed the details of the movements of a third party, which is a breach of Article 8 of the European Convention on Human Rights, your right to privacy. There's a scenario, there's a dilemma. The other one is that if you were driving a car as a registered keeper, and you get a parking ticket or a parking ticket or a moving traffic ticket through the post, then you say, yes, I was driving, now I suppose I can make my representations. Now, just imagine if the driver wasn't the registered keeper. The registered keeper is responsible for the actions of the third party, so the registered keeper has to pay the fine. The driver can't make representations because it will be classed as third-party evidence.
But hang on. I mean, recently I was sent a correspondence from the old Bill saying I'd been photographed driving too fast. Could I tell them who the driver of the car was if it was somebody other than me?
Yes. Section 172 of the Road Traffic Act allows you to do that. You nominate the person who was the driver. I
wrote back and said, look, I'm sorry. Can you send me the photograph? Because I'm buggered if I could remember who was driving.
Yeah, but at least you've exercised due diligence and you've asked for further evidence to assist you in identifying the driver.
They sent me the photograph, and of course you can't see a thing. Doesn't show anybody. It was dark, and you can't see through the back window of the car. So I wrote back saying, by the way, and then they said, it is an offence not to identify the driver. We will send you another summons under separate whatever.
Yeah.
I wrote back on that saying, well, okay, fine, but I'm very sorry. it could have been me, could have been my wife. We will both plead guilty because obviously we're good citizens. We don't want to try and get away with it, but we can't remember who was doing it. So, maybe you just prosecute the pair of us, or would you like to suggest which one of us you would prefer to prosecute?
That's exactly that, and they'll drop the case.
I haven't heard another word.
That's what happens, because you've exercised due diligence, you haven't avoided identifying the drivers, you've just said produce enough evidence to convince a magistrate beyond reasonable doubt that you know who it was, because we don't. And like I say, you don't have to keep a record, you don't have to fingerprint yourself every time you go in the car and log in and log out.
It's a good idea to do this, by the way, Neil, because I've done this a few times, and a few times they've had front cameras, and you just have to hold your hands up and say, oh yes, well that was me, obviously.
Yes, and again we come back to the right to privacy with the forward-facing cameras. If you were sitting in the car with someone who doesn't wish to be identified, you, and if the vehicle was registered in your wife's name, she gets the photograph of you and someone you didn't want to be identified with.
So so actually we should be able to do something about this, I would have thought.
It would require a case to go all the way to the European Court of Human Rights, I would imagine.
And then in this case, they're sending these summonses out illegally, and they're lying when they say, you have to say this.
Quite often, police forces misrepresent the legal position because you're under no obligation to identify the driver if you cannot identify. You've got to provide reasonable due care and attention and due diligence in identifying the driver. And if you have 5 drivers for the vehicle and you really can't remember who was driving, you can provide a list of those names and addresses of 5 drivers and say, these are the drivers, please take it up with everybody else to see if anybody can assist you with the inquiries. You don't need to do the job of the police, but you can, do the decent thing as a citizen. So, to the best of my knowledge, this is the case.
Have you actually? Do you know how many people you get off maybe speeding tickets or parking tickets? Do you know what sort of percentage of luck you have, or?
We get thousands and thousands of people coming on the website, and the information is there, and people can take it away, download the sample letters, and off they go. But we've had a good one in Sheffield last couple of weeks, which is a pretty landmark case, and it's going to have implications right across the country. Now, we had a guy who was a member of the site, took the information and won his case at adjudication. The council decided to contest it, so they said a review of the decision, so they ran the case again, and he won again. And the adjudicator says, look, these signs are not lawful, they're misleading, and that's why 13,500 motorists were caught in 10 months driving through it was actually a bus gate or a tram gate in Sheffield. And the council turned around and says, well, we might have made a mistake, and the signs might be illegal, but everybody's not getting the money back.
Well, how can they do that?
Well, they can't, because effectively their accounts now contain items of unlawfully derived income, an unlawful sign, 13,500 motorists fined 60 quid a shot. So we intervened and we dropped them a line and just said, look, this is what's classed in law as unjust enrichment, and as such you are not allowed to keep the money. If you don't refund the motorists, what we'll do is we'll initiate a class action and we'll find the 13,000 motorists and we'll take it to the High Court en masse. Or would you like to just refund the money? Now, we give them 48 hours to do the decent thing, and just before the 48 hours was up, we got a phone call from the leader of the council, and he says, look, we're the new Liberal Democrat, because there'd been the elections in May, we're the new Liberal Democrat leadership. We don't want to be tied by the previous administration. We want to be honest and open and transparent. He said, so we've been considering this already. We're going to refund all of those motorists, and it's £350,000.
Oh, £350,000. The people of Sheffield better look out for their council tax going up.
No. This is why your council tax can't go up, because all the parking revenue is ring-fenced in a parking revenue budget.
Yeah, but you know that, they say that, but that means that the council in Sheffield, the Lib Dems in Sheffield, of course, they like to be high spenders, don't they? They have now got 350 grand less than they thought they had somewhere around, and they're going to have to find it elsewhere.
Yeah, it's a begging ball back to central government, because they're going to have to make up the funds, because you can't. The amount of increase on your council tax is going to be capped, so it has to be central government that sorts this out. But, and here's the big but, this is the first council in the country that's put their hands up and said, mea culpa, we're sorry, and you can have your money back. Now, the knock-on implications for every other council in the country
Very bad.
you're talking best part of £1 billion is going to have to be refunded.
Yeah. And people shouldn't let this go, because this is their money and they're being ripped off. And the fact that these are now called civil enforcement officers, or the people, they're going to start doing on-the-spot fines if you throw... mind you, I think people who throw litter away should be fined on the spot, but that's a different matter. It's still nothing... You know, we ought to get this sorted out, because people are going to be fined for almost anything now. Before long, it won't be long before, if you walk across the road at the wrong time, they have jaywalking laws. It's going to happen here.
Stepping on the cracks in the pavement.
Stepping on the cracks in the pavement, you know. Smoking where you shouldn't be.
Right, I think we need to readdress all of this, because, you know, going back a few years when you and I were a little bit younger, I was brought up to bring all my sweet wrappers home in my pocket. I would not think twice. I would not dream of dropping any litter in the street. Not because it was antisocial, but because that was what you brought up to do.
Exactly.
But the difference was, James, in those times, you didn't need a civil enforcement officer telling you, because you'd had 20 members of the public turning around and telling you.
Well, now, if I'm driving along the road and somebody throws a packet of cigarettes or an old chocolate wrapper out of the window, I get really angry. Road rage kicks in.
Yeah,
and
you've got to go right back to the way we've been brought up and the way we now bring our children up and society functions.
Remind me of the website again, where people can go and download the letters. You've got sample letters on there. If you've just been clamped, done for parking tickets or whatever, Neil's site will help you. If there is any illegal way. Would you say that there is a percentage of... I mean, presumably some people get parking fines and they're quite lawful. I mean, how many are unlawful, would you think?
In this country?
Yeah.
The majority.
Okay.
And it is simply because there are a number of errors that can happen from the issue of the ticket to the final process. The lines and signs are quite often wrong. The wording of the ticket is wrong. The procedure is often wrong with parking attendant error. So you're talking, in that respect, probably 40 or 50% of the tickets. Then you've got the traffic order, which creates the restriction on the highway, is often incorrectly drafted. Then the procedures are not followed correctly to enforcement. And we've even got some today which end up in 700, 800 quid's worth of bailiff's charges. Once you realise that has all come from a false premise, you're talking a serious amount of money, and the local authorities are benefiting financially from unlawful activity. But because they're using private enforcement contractors, I think the motto of some of them is cash is king, you've created a barrier between the vicarious liability of the chief executive and the leader of the council, and they say, well, it's not us, it's whichever parking enforcement company they use. APCO, NCP Services, Vinci Park, they're all in it for profit for shareholders. It's not about keeping the streets clear, it's about issuing as many tickets as possible.
This is worrying me that we're going to have these private police forces all over the place. What are they called? What's the new name for them?
The community wardens.
Yeah, what we just talked about. It's just gone out of my mind. The
civil enforcement officers.
Let's remember that name. Civil enforcement officers, because they, before long, are going to be given all kinds of powers. Civil enforcement officers. We must beware and mustn't allow this to carry on. Those of you listening outside the UK may be interested to know that the UK has now become one of the most restricted places to live. We are observed everywhere we go. You just try and leave your car for 5 minutes and go into a shop somewhere, you could be clamped, you could be given a ticket that's going to cost you a lot of money. Now, you might not even know that you're going to get a ticket. It might come through the post because somebody saw you do something they consider illegal, and on CCTV, you get a ticket a few days after the event, and you don't even have a chance to defend yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember my movements from yesterday, never mind 3 weeks ago, and if you have to try and prove that you weren't in a certain location, and you were now guilty until you prove your own innocence. And when we're dealing with fixed penalties or penalty charges which are issued, you were guilty, you've got to pay £120 or prove that you're not guilty.
Yeah.
And you've got no recourse through a court of law. So we've created judge-dread society.
I wonder if there is anything... I wonder if any of our friends listening in other countries have this problem, and if they do, maybe you'll get in touch, because I'm pretty sure Neil will be interested to know. But we seem... you know, to have all this security here doesn't seem to protect us from the yobbos, the muggers, the robbers, the rapists. They seem to be continuing to do their work without any harassment at all.
It's a lot more difficult to convict a robber or a rapist or a mugger or a murderer because you've got to have all the evidence stacked up and taken before a court of law. And this is the constitutional protection that we have in this country, that you have effectively an unwritten constitution whereby criminal matters do go before a court of law. But what they're doing now, by decriminalising everything, is removing your right to go to a court of law where you can be dealt with by 12 of your peers. And that's the protection. And, you know, even the Bill of Rights, 1689, which is the contract between the people and the monarch, William and Mary will let you govern us, but you've got to sign this piece of paper first. And that was our contract. And one of the conditions of that contract was that all grants and promises of fines and forfeitures of particular persons before conviction are illegal and void. Now, that means that you can't be you can't be given a fine by anyone other than a court of law, because at least then you've gone through the whole judicial process and had it heard by someone who is independent and probably been heard before a jury or a magistrate.
Sure.
With all these civil fines, you were guilty, you've been fined by local authorities or civil enforcement officers who have been awarded arbitrary power without any controls, checks and balances. And the Department for Transport and the government have not created an independent statutory body that can go in and investigate councils, these private enforcement contractors, and say, "Oi, you guys, you're doing it wrong, it's against the law, get it put right, otherwise we'll come in and put it right and send you the bill." There is nobody out there, there is no watchdog, and that is why this whole industry has become lawless.
Okay. I'm not that I'm a fan of watchdogs, obviously. Okay, listen, thanks, Neil. Listen, what's the website again?
Parkingappeals.co.uk.
Parkingappeals.co.uk. Parkingappeals.co.uk. Maybe we should put a link on our website to yours, and you could put one to us. And if anybody gets done for speeding or parking or anything like that, go to parkingappeals.com and you will have some help and support there. Neil?
Parkingappeals.co.uk.
Parkingappeals.co.uk.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
And we'll sort links out as well, James, and that will be great.
Okay. All right, Neil, talk soon. Thank you for your time.
Good stuff. Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
I wonder if you anywhere else in the world have these problems of surveillance. I'm here on this little camera here. Now, practically as soon as you leave the building, you will be picked up on a camera somewhere. Your turn. You want to talk? Pick up the phone. Give us a ring. The number is 01243 55 60 60. That's 01243 55 60 60. If you want to get on the air, give us a call. You can Skype me at play.radio.uk.
Play 2 UK headlines.
John Leslie's issued a scathing attack on the steps of his solicitors about a new rape allegation against him. The former Blue Peter presenter says the claim, dating back to 1995, is totally untrue. Another British soldier has been killed in Afghanistan. It happened during a battle with insurgents in Helmand province. Next of kin have been informed. A rule brought in to allow witnesses to give evidence in court anonymously is facing major uncertainty. It's because of a decision made by the law lords last week. And Andy Murray's first-round match with Fabrice Santoro is underway on Wimbledon's centre court. Elsewhere, fellow Brit Naomi Cavaday put up a brave fight before going out to defending champion Venus Williams.
You're up to date on Play 2 UK. Sunday night just got better on Play 2 UK.
Hello there, this is Sean Williamson. All right then, it's Barry from EastEnders.
Don't you ever shut your great big fat cake-hole up.
If you're listening to me now, that means you've missed me. But don't worry, yes, you can hear me again at playradiouk.com/podcast. And don't miss Hershey's Half Hour next Sunday night from 10 o'clock.
Hershey's Half Hour. 30 minutes of top-flight entertainment expertly crammed into 2 hours. Sundays from 10 on Play 2 UK.
Ellington Lodge Hotel at the Concord Club, a unique place to stay. Set in quiet woodland near Lakeside Country Park, Ellington Lodge is ideally suited whether your stay is for business or pleasure. Our Mouldy Fig Wine Bar offers a comfortable, relaxed atmosphere, serving food, wines and local real ales, with live jazz music 3 nights a week and alfresco dining in the summer months. Visit our website, theconcordclub.com, for further details.
Sounded nice, didn't it? A little al fresco eating. I thought that sounded very nice.
James Wales. Silence was never an option.
You're never allowed to talk about commercials when... I wonder if there's no such restrictions here, is there?
What's that?
Talking about commercials.
Our commercials?
Yeah.
Yeah, talk about commercials.
Yeah. No, I just thought that last one, that hotel sounded great.
Ellington Lodge?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a great place.
Is it?
Yeah.
Fabulous.
Part of the Concord Jazz Club in Southampton.
In Southampton?
Yeah.
I like Southampton. I haven't been to Southampton for ages. And live jazz.
Live jazz?
As long as it keeps, as long as it's quite expensive. I don't want to go anywhere where there's riffraff in there. I want to feel it's nice and...
Oh, it's on market. They sponsor our Play Jazz station.
Fantastic. Well, I'd like the Alfred... Can you see the sea?
From the Concord Club?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, you haven't been? Well, no, you wouldn't go, because you're not the sort of person who should go, but I'm the sort of person who should go.
Yeah.
I think you should ring up, make a booking. For me.
Okay.
I think
I'm
you should do
your PA
that.
now, am I?
Yeah. Well, of course, you've got nothing else to do. So what's this say? Are a total bunch of bullshitters. Is that you and me?
Friends of the Earth.
Are a total bunch of bullshitters. That's not very nice, is it?
It's a bit rude.
Yeah. The Earth warming up's a natural thing that happens, so them blaming my 4-litre Cherokee is a load of old shit. That's not very nice, is it? That's not very nice at all. This one is, says James, who's this from? Doesn't say. What is it? Says, just to know where I can listen to you. Used to love your show on that other place. Miss you, mate. Jason the Cabbie. Jason the Cabbie. Okay, now listen, I don't know if you're listening, Jason, at the moment, or you'll listen to the podcast of this, but you can. There are gadgets now that you can listen in your cabs. I don't know if we have any truckers or cab drivers listening, but I was just earlier looking through some of the amazing new technology in America. But here, there's a little thing, as long as your mobile phone picks up the net, if it's one of the new generation mobile phones, you'll have no problem at all. Nokia even make a little thing you can stick in the back of your phone, and it will broadcast all the online radio programs. The James Whale radio show, of course, is the one you need to have there foremost. You have it logged in, and it will broadcast it via your car radio. So you can listen on the move. Did I explain that right?
Yeah. It's just like your FM dongle in the back of your computer. I was just talking to a lovely lady who's got one of those plugged in. She's using it now.
And is it working for her?
It's working for us. It's got a tiny little bit of FM interference, which is probably caused by, like, your microwaves.
Right. Turn your microwave off.
Microwave, kettle. Anything electrical can interfere with these things slightly.
Yeah. Okay,
She's
cool.
got it working.
Richard is in Charlie, in Lancashire. Have you ever been to Lancashire? Because you're a Midland boy, aren't you?
I was a girl from Lancashire.
Did you? Yeah. They're quite good up in Lancashire, aren't they? Yeah.
What was that?
What's that?
Never took part in any of that.
Did you not? Oh, right, okay. I understand you might be changing your hours next week. Is this true, Richard? Is it next week or
Not next week.
Not this week.
2 weeks today.
Yeah, 2 weeks, I'll tell you. Because I think it's a bit early. We're going 8 until midnight. So nearly the time of the show that I've always been on, but just finishing a little bit earlier because, I need to get home and tucked up in bed so I can do a few other things. So, Mrs. Wales said. So there we are. That is going to be on Telly Friends. We'll be in 2 weeks, 8 until midnight. All right, 8 till midnight. Gosh, it's going to be great. We're going to be going out at midnight. We're going to be hitting the clubs. It's going to be a good time. James, it's lovely to hear you again. I'm listening this evening. Love the shows from Alison in Thatcham. I actually drive through Thatcham on the way home, don't I? It's not far from here, Thatcham. Right, okay, listen, if you want to join us, give us a call. We haven't had a couple of calls. Let's get some more calls on. I think we finished with our guests tonight. 0124355 60 60, or you could email us, and this is the address to email us while we're on the air, studio@playradiouk.com. That's studio@playradiouk.com. That's studio@playradiouk.com. During the week when I'm not on the air, it's different, but I'll tell you that later. Now, some of the things we could talk about tonight. I'm really keen to get into a discussion about Nelson Mandela, because I don't think he's the fabulous person everybody kind of goes on about. I think Nelson Mandela's a bit of a boring on the quiet. Nelson Mandela has said nothing about Mugabe. You've seen all the stories. I mean, there's stories in all the papers. This one in the Times, call for military action in Zimbabwe. Can you see that one? If you're one of the ones lucky enough to watch it on TV, there we are. Call for military action in Zimbabwe. It seems to me that Mugabe is really now playing with fire. He says that God is the only one that can remove him from power, he's just a madman. He's an absolute madman. I do feel sorry for those people. Why the hell Nelson Mandela doesn't do anything, I have no idea. If you want to watch the live screening tonight, it's www.nttbs.com. Then just click on watch. Okay, that's nttbs.com. All right, have a look. Look. Oh, if you're looking, it doesn't matter. Why am I showing it to the camera? You're already watching. So if you want to call me, let's have a couple of phone calls. Let's get the phone ringing. The rising oil prices, that seems to me to be continuing to go up. And the other thing that's beginning to really annoy me is the continual observation that Gordon Brown can't do the job properly, and none of the others can. MPs are asking for, is it £40,000 a year? They think they're due an increase of £40,000 a year. This is never going to happen. They're not going to get it. The mismanagement of this country is amazing. And then they're wondering why the public sector are going on strike. How can anybody on a fixed salary make... I suppose my situation at the moment is quite interesting coming at this particular time, because I'm really now beginning to appreciate how difficult it can be if you suddenly... You know, people who are being made redundant, people who are out of work. I've been lucky. I've picked up some work. You know, I haven't picked up as much work or replaced the sort of money that I used to earn before I was so rudely removed. But it's becoming more and more difficult. You actually think, can I, you know, should I stay at home today rather than go out? You know, can I afford to buy this or that? And this is all being countenanced by this stupid, pathetic government. They don't seem to care. They're giving the, you know, one hand they give the oil tanker drivers, and I don't begrudge those guys their money at all. I don't begrudge them at all. But how on earth can the government expect people in the public sector who are having to pay higher fuel prices, higher food prices, and practically everything else, and of course the amount of money and the amount of equity you may have had in your home that made you feel a little better about finances is now disappearing fast? There is one way to keep ourselves out of this, of course. We go out and spend. But that will save the arses of the politicians. The politicians, of course, who are continuing to manufacture in this country weapons of mass destruction. They are continuing to do this. It's a balmy time in which we exist. Do you not agree? Do it again. 01243. Don't let me keep giving the old number. 01243 55 60 60. Give me a ring on that, or you could Skype us at play.radio.uk. What do we got here? Can't stay on tonight, but what do you suggest we do about Mugabe? Sanctions don't work, and after recent history, I can't believe you'd suggest we use the armed forces. I haven't suggested that tonight, actually, Steve in Carlisle. We now have police, community support officers, enforcement officers, and litter wardens, now able to fine and could be given the same powers as enforcement officers at a later date. How much policing do we need? An enormous amount, it seems to me, because we just can't behave ourselves, can we? That's a very good point you make. I'm not suggesting, the Times are suggesting military action. I'm not too sure how we can have military action because, quite frankly, we don't have any troops left, do we? We're running out of troops fast. What could we do other than military action to Zimbabwe? If we impose sanctions, which we've already begun to do, it's not going to do much good, I don't think. So if anybody has a suggestion as to what we can do to remove the appalling Mugabe, please let me know. But I think that people like Mandela speaking out against him may actually start a tide of dissent in the African continent against him, would do an enormous amount to help. Okay, 01243 55 60 60. And again, I saw the other day that apparently Britain and America are impose sanctions on Iran. Why? What? You know, Iran wished to start a nuclear power system, and you know, but apparently we don't want them having nuclear power because they might make nuclear weapons. Now, if they make nuclear weapons, that'll be terrible for the world. Yeah, you're right, it will be terrible for the world because we've got nuclear weapons, and every time people do things that we don't like, we threaten them with them, don't we? Yeah, what a ridiculously appalling way to run the world. America and Britain and a few other countries who managed to get nuclear weapons, fine. Anybody else, you're not having them. I'll tell you what, I think, in fact, I think Iran might be prepared to agree if everybody else and everyone else agree too, if everybody else decides to scrap their nuclear weapons, then other countries won't want them. I just find this bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. 01243 55 60 60 if you want to call, if you want to have a chat tonight. I'm waiting here. I know it's a difficult time. Everybody watching football. Who's interested in football?
Football's not on tonight.
Isn't it? Oh, well, there we are. Then there's no reason why. I'm holding it up to the screen. No reason why we're not getting any phone calls coming in here. So there we are. I want to know why you're not ringing. Ring me now. We haven't even had Vicky on, have we? We always get her on.
Yeah,
even when we don't want her on, we get her on. So if you're a new listener, if you just found me, and if it was difficult to find me, anything like that you want to talk, tell us about, that's it. Otherwise, I'm just going to go on with more emails and stuff. Here we are. That's the phone. Ring us now. 01243 55 60 60. And go out and tell half a dozen people tomorrow. James Whale Radio Show. Live, Tuesday night. Playradio UK. If you can't remember that, jameswellradio.com, you pick us up right on the front page there. You can hear us there tonight.
Soon to be Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Soon to be Tuesdays and Thursdays. I wasn't going to mention that. I was keeping that a secret, but okay, you've spilt the beans. Soon to be Tuesdays and Thursdays because it's been so successful, and we will be broadcasting later between 8 and midnight. This is a difficult time, but I want to see who's out there who wants to pick up the phone and give us a ring. 08, I'll do it again. It's got no, it's 01243. 01243. 55 60 60. Give us a ring. Let's have a chat. You know, you don't have to talk about the top 10 issues in the country. Ken Livingstone's defence of James Whale here today. Ken Livingstone apparently has come out, was asked by a journalist what he thought about my demise for Successor. And again, by the way, I'm not admitting anything like this. If I did say this in the run-up to the elections, it was a mistake and should have been deleted from the programme. But apparently I did, but I haven't heard it, so I can't tell you. But apparently Ken Livingstone says James Whale should be allowed to say what he wants to say, and nobody should be sacked for having a view, which is good. Of course, those things don't work here. We've got a call there, look, coming in. Hi, you're on the air. Who's that?
Oh, hello, it's Ellie.
Ellie. That doesn't sound like Ellie. Sounds like Vicky.
No, it's not, no.
It's not?
Actually, I can hear you coming through my headphones as well. I need to turn them off, I think.
Well, no, if you've got headphones on. Can you say what...
No, I've got you on the phone, you see.
Oh, you got me on the phone too?
I just put the headphones down and they're still going. It's putting me off. Okay, that's better.
That one? No.
That's better. I can hear you now.
Oh, right, okay. Well, hang on, Ellie. Just a minute. What are you saying, Matt? What do I have to do?
Lock that call there, and now you can take that one to air.
Should we take somebody else with us, Ellie, or do you want me on your own?
No, you can have two together.
Can I?
Yeah.
Hello, who's that?
Hello, it's Caroline.
It's Caroline and Ellie. Caroline and Ellie. Say hello to each other.
Hello, Caroline.
Caroline?
Hello.
Say hello to Ellie.
Hello, Ellie.
That's a very bad when you put them on two lines like that. Doesn't work as well, does it?
They can't hear very well.
No. Right, can you go and take Caroline off, and we'll talk to Caroline in a moment, without losing Caroline. Stay there, Caroline.
Okie dokie.
And we'll come back, and then we'll try and sort this out, because this is all very new equipment for this sort of radio show, and it's interesting to get it working. So, any moment now. Right, there we are. We're back together. Is that better?
Oh, that's better. Yeah.
Good.
I was just sending you an email, actually, and then you gave the number out, so I've rang in, but I'm full of colds, so you have to excuse me. But what I wanted to know is these bloody dongles. I rang into the station, and somebody said to me, if you go onto the internet, because I tried PC World, I tried Maplins, I tried all the internet people, and get the ones for the iPod in the car.
Yeah.
But I need the one that goes in the computer and then sends it to my SA.
All right. Hang on one moment.
Okay.
We're going to come back and talk about it in a moment. Just don't go away. James Whale. The legendary Aaron Barshak.
I have to wonder these days, okay, I broke into Windsor and I'm a nice Jewish boy, not a threat, Aaron Barshak, but supposing my name had been Haroon Barsh and I'd have been of Muslim extraction, would I have got such an easy treatment?
You might have had your head blown off.
The James Whale Radio Show, Tuesday, 6 till 10 p.m. UK time, only on Play 2 UK.
Ellington Lodge at the Concord Club. Take advantage of our excellent jazz dinner, bed and breakfast rates. Enjoy live traditional jazz on a Sunday evening whilst dining in our superb restaurant. Stay the night at Ellington Lodge and enjoy a full English breakfast, all for just £52.50 per person. Look out for forthcoming events on Play Jazz UK or visit our website, theconcordclub.com.
James Whale.
They can take the man off the radio, but they can't take the voice off air.
No, they certainly can't, and we're here with the James Whale Radio Show every Tuesday night, soon to be Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we're moving a little later to 8 until midnight. Now, Ellie's on the phone. Hi, Elle.
Oh, hiya.
When we get Matt back in the studio, I'll find out exactly about the dongle. Have you got the one for the car?
No, I haven't.
No?
Because that means I'd have to sit outside in the cold in the car to listen to you.
Oh, right, okay. But have they got those little things you can plug into your phone thing in the car to pick up this radio station in PC World, then?
Oh, I don't know. I found one on the internet.
Okay.
Somebody said to me, try eBay, and they've got one there that you can plug into your... I think it's your iPod in the car.
That's right. And one Nokia do one that goes into their phone as well.
Right.
But the little dongle to go into your computer, which is just like a little, like a Bluetooth transmitter, really.
Right.
It should be easy to get, and Matt has just disappeared. But when he comes back, we'll find out. Come here, Matt.
I wasn't looking at the moment. There was something else, but I think it was to send it to... I can't remember what it was now.
Right, Matt, sit down now. Listen to Ellie. She wants to get the dongly thing to transmit to her radios in her house. Is that what you want to do? From the computer. Yes. So she's got it up on the computer. She's listening to me on the computer. And to make it easier to go through the big speakers in her radio or wherever she happens to be, what does she need?
Right, has she got the dongle on her? Sorry, Ellie, do you have the dongle on you?
No,
she can't get one.
You can't get one?
No, she can't get one. And a lot of people have said they can't get them.
Really?
Yeah.
Because
she went to PC World. She couldn't get one.
As Maplins.
I wouldn't try Maplins. I know for definite...
I thought that was a holiday camp.
I know for definite they sell them in Curry's.
In Curry's?
Yes, because our program controller, who showed you one last week, that's where he got his.
Oh.
Go to Curry's.
What does he call it? It just calls it an FM dongle.
No, it's... No, that's our name for it, really, isn't it?
Well, it depends. A lot of people call it a lot of different things. It depends what you've been taught, what you... etc., etc.
Okay.
Horses for course.
Who was it made by? Can you remember? You can't. Belkin.
Yes, they make a lot of internet wireless routers and stuff like that.
So what do they call it? What name do they give it?
Well, I suppose in its basic form, it's an FM transmitter.
It's a little FM transmitter that if you go into and tell the guys, the spotty youths behind the counter, usually, and tell them what you want is the little FM transmitter that will transmit the radio stations from the internet to your radios.
Yes. What you find with a lot of these spotty youths that are working in these places...
have I hit a nerve, Matt? Have I hit a nerve?
No, I could quite agree with you. Is that
you're not wearing as much makeup tonight, are you?
No, I thought I'd go natural for you. Is to ask them more about... They understand the iPod language more, so if you told them that I want to be able to hear the iTunes on my computer, on my FM radio, through an FM transmitter, they'll probably understand that more than if you went, I want an FM
it's the same one that you would use for your iPod?
Yes, kind. You wouldn't plug it in, not the same one that you plug into your iPod because they're different connections. But if you said to them that fundamentally you want to be able to hear the music you're playing on your computer, on your FM radio in the kitchen downstairs, that's probably more a language that they get.
And then when you get it, you stick it in and you tune it. You have that on the radio station, obviously on here.
Yeah.
And then you go and tune your radio until you pick us up on the radio.
That's right. You set the frequency on the little box and then tune that frequency on your radio.
Yeah, so you set the frequency on the box to a frequency that is not already being used by another radio station. That's easy.
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Ellie, do you have an eBay account?
I do, yes.
They're all over eBay.
Well, I saw some on there, but they were all Apple Pods. I'm full of coal, sorry. They're all iPod ones, I think.
Okay, what you're looking for is an FM transmitter that is like, your headphones that you plug into your computer, they've got that small little jack.
Yes.
It's a 3/4-inch jack.
Hang on, no. Sorry, no, because our headphones I've got here, they're my son's. They're not on one of those little pin jacks. They're on a USB thing.
Okay. Usually headphones come with a little jack, and it's that connection that you want on your transmitter. As long as you've got that connection on an FM transmitter, you'll be able to play it. You'll be able to use
right, okay.
Will you call me next week and tell me if you sorted this out?
The saga continues.
Yeah.
I will do, yes. Because if I don't get one, I'll be bloody cross.
Yeah. So will I. I thought these were easy. In America, everybody's got them now, and well, radio. The radio is changing, and so is television in a way. And I feel quite sorry for some of the traditional sorts of methods of broadcasting because the internet is going to outdo all of them. And as soon as everybody's got the equipment that makes it easy to use. Because everybody's saying, oh, well, you can't take a computer with you, you can't take a laptop when you want to listen to the radio. Well, you don't have to anymore.
And the other thing is now, I bought this DAB radio. I had somebody saying the other day, some kind of technical person somewhere, that the DAB just hasn't taken off.
No, it hasn't.
So it's just like a dead duck, really, isn't it?
You can get a Wi-Fi radio, which will surpass all of that.
Oh, right.
In fact, I think in DAB in America, they haven't even bothered with, have they?
I'm not sure, couldn't tell you. They do a lot of serious satellite stuff in America, which is like a satellite network.
Yeah.
But up until recently, these FM transmitters for your iPod and stuff were illegal in this country because they were considered pirate radio.
Oh, right.
But they're not.
No.
They're not, but a lot of the radio stations would like you to believe that they probably were.
Don't get me into trouble now, won't you?
No. No more trouble than I get into.
I'll be lynched.
No, Ellie, you'll be fine. If you have any problems, let me know. We'll send Matt round.
Okay.
One look at Matt that'll scare the life out of them.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, thanks, Ellie. Bye.
Bye.
Right, okay. Well, have we got that sorted out? I hope so, because they're so useful, and if you like to listen, the internet's great to listen on anyway, but if you find it easier to listen through your radio, you just plug this in, and you can have all the radios in the house. You can listen to it. Just leave your computer wherever the computer is and go and listen where you would normally listen.
I bet if you had a good one as well, you could wash your car and tune your car radio into it on the drive while you're outside washing your car.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. But you can also get the little ones that plug into the mobile phones, and you can all the radio stations broadcast on the internet. You can get transmitted straight from your phone into your car radio.
That's correct.
Yeah, good. Right, okay. If you want to call us, and do you know who's on the next one?
That's the lady that was on with Ellie.
Oh, okay, Caroline.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, Caroline.
Hello, James.
Sorry about that, Caroline.
That's right.
Keeping you waiting.
To hear you again.
Is it your first week?
Your first night, James.
Oh, it's your first night. Oh, right. Okay. Well, I'm glad
I went to bed with you every night for years.
Mm.
And then I had to go cold turkey. But now I've got you back.
Oh, dear.
A little bit, anyway.
Well, we're starting 2 nights from a week after. Well, a couple of weeks.
Yep, July the 8th.
July the 8th.
I'm going to get the iPod thingy, whatever, and then take you to bed every night again.
Oh, well, that will be good. That will be good. And these headphones, little, I found on my headphone I use, I've got 2, I didn't realise I had a little sort of socket inside the big socket.
Did you not know?
No, I didn't know. And now when I record, you can hear my podcast every day, usually on my website. I stick this into my little digital recorder, which I have, which is the size of a cigarette packet. I stick it in there. It's just like being in a studio. It's just like being in a studio. Amazing. So where are you, Caroline?
Just outside Birmingham.
Just outside Birmingham? Well, that's near where Matt came from. Well, he came from Leicester. That's just outside Birmingham, isn't it?
Yeah. That's a bit further outside than I am, though.
Where are you?
Between Birmingham and Leicester.
All right. Well, I came from Manchester on Sunday. Mrs. Whale and I left Manchester about midday, and we thought it wasn't very windy. Sunday, very windy, and we thought we'd drive right through the middle of the country and avoid the motorways. So we came down, found ourselves in Lichfield.
Yeah, on the A38.
And then went along the A38, past Burton and that way. And then went down through Derby. And eventually came out on the A1 in Grantham.
That must have taken quite a while.
Took all day.
Yeah.
Left Manchester at midday, got home about 9 o'clock in the evening. But we did have a stop at Royston in Hertfordshire, where Mrs. Whale used to go to school, I was informed. And we had a curry. Was it a good one? It was it was a really good curry. It was a very good curry, in fact.
I'm going out for a curry on Thursday, hopefully.
Yeah. I'm
I don't do it very often.
Why not?
2 children, 2 small children.
Have you not got children?
To hinder your social life.
All right. Have you not got them eating curry yet?
Not yet.
No, you need to get the kids.
I tried them with fajitas tonight, and they couldn't cope with that.
Fajitas? All right. Well, I think that's okay.
Too spicy, apparently.
Matt's just given me his little dongly thing. And it's the one that you plug in. You plug this into the. You could plug this into the phone as well and do it in your car if you have the right socket.
If you have the right socket, I don't see why not. Yeah.
You know.
So it's a bit too big. Most phones are smaller.
It's a bit too big, isn't it? But you probably could get a.
But you can transmit using that with anything that takes that jack.
Okay. Well, anything that it's made by Belkin, which is Belkin.
What you could theoretically do is plug that into the headphone jack on your DAB radio and put your DAB radio on FM all around the house.
Yeah.
Because a lot of DAB radios, you can only get a signal in a certain place in the house depending on interference.
Why are we helping people to sort their DAB radios out? Well,
We're not.
Oh, right.
We're not.
Could you get...
They can't get you on DAB. What would be the point? I'm just saying if you wanted to.
Could you put this into your computer and then get it coming through your DAB radio?
No.
Oh, right.
It's an FM transmitter, not a digital one.
Most DABs do FM as well, though, don't they?
That's a good point. They do, yeah.
You can tune FM radios into them, but that has to be a digital transmitter in order for it to be able to transmit the digital frequency.
Yeah, but you can transmit it through the FM on your digital radio, can't you?
That's correct.
You were at Caroline. It's he's just a bit behind you there.
Well, Yeah. He's only from Leicester, isn't he?
Hey, watch it. Watch it.
They haven't even got a football team to think about, have they?
How dare you?
I'm showing it on my camera now. There you are, that's it. Okay. Anybody watching? Have you managed to watch us on the camera?
It's a bit sort of. It only seems to sort of. You move every sort of 3 or 4 seconds.
Oh well, no, that's not the one. There's another one.
Am I looking at the wrong thing?
Yeah, that's the normal one when you just come onto the site. The refreshes only every 4 or 5 minutes. But we've got this real-time camera going at the moment. There's not a lot to see apart from my head. Well, it's not bad, really, but from a distance, and there's a lot of light in here, so it looks as if I am kind of an angelic angel. But we should improve this in weeks to come. But if you go to this, how do you do it? What would you just put it in the computer?
For the cameras? Yeah, just where you would normally, browse to an internet web page where you would put the address in.
So you don't need that because you'll get the sound there as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
So close down what you're listening to already, and then go to that.
Go to www.nttbs. So that's N 2 T's B and an S.
Right.
.com.
And then you'll be there.
And then click on watch. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Do it now. Tell me if you can see it.
To do it now, though, I'll end up getting you cut off or something.
No, you're talking to me on the telephone. You could do it now. You're still on through your telephone, aren't you?
I am. Okay, hang on.
Do it now. Tell me whether you can get on. And then if not, you have to keep trying it occasionally. There's only room for 100 people on here.
What was it again? www.
Yeah, N for Nigel, T, B, S, .com. How are you doing?
Okay. It's come up, not the Tommy Boyd show.
That's it. Click on... That's okay, because Tommy Boyd used to be there and he's not now. Click on Watch.
Camera 1 and camera... Oh, there you are.
See?
God.
Can you
Technology, Isn't it exciting?
Yeah, can you see? That's good, isn't it? Here. Listen, I'll give you a little look round the studio. Are you watching?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Here we go. This I prefer. This is a better view. What do you think? This is a better view. You can get a look around. Hang on. How's this? Is arty farty looking through the microphone? It's a bit difficult. If you want to have a look, that's Matt over there. Wave, Matt. Look at that. That's not a pretty sight, really. But
See, all I'm seeing is you.
No, because
Or
the
is that,
process.
have I got to wait? Is there a delay or something?
Yeah, because of the processing, it's about 20 seconds.
Oh, okay. Have a look round. This is the studio for anybody watching at the moment.
I'll catch up with you in about
20 seconds. 20 seconds. That's next door. We need to make this studio a bit more exciting, don't we? That's the top of my head. There.
Yeah.
Actually, I can see right on. No, I can't because it's so bright, isn't it?
Black mark on your head there.
Is that really?
So, James?
Yeah.
Tell me, what are you filling your days with now that you're sort of not working every night?
Well, now I'm not working every night. I do things like cutting the grass, and I'm doing a TV show tomorrow on presstv.com. So I'm recording that tomorrow. Then on Thursday morning I'm doing Sky News, doing the newspapers on Thursday morning with Eamon. Then Thursday later I'm on This Week, on BBC One.
Yeah.
At 11:30 it's live, talking about David Cameron, one of my favourite subjects. What day am I up to? That's Thursday. And then Friday I'm on Bid TV.
Yeah, I haven't managed to catch you on Bid TV yet. What time are you on there?
I think I'm on 7:30 until 10.
I'll have to buy something so that you get a bit extra commission or something.
Yeah, well, Freddie Starr, who I was with on Saturday, reckoned he spent 10 grand in the last couple of weeks. But you never know with Freddie. So then I'm actually now working until Sunday. So that's
keeping busy then. That's the main thing.
I'm keeping busy, but I'm missing my audience at night. So we've got to get them all back now onto this radio program.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you been to my website?
I have, and you kindly added me as a friend on Facebook when I asked you to.
Oh well, on Facebook on Monday. That was yesterday, wasn't it? I spent a couple of hours on Facebook yesterday.
Yeah, I missed that, unfortunately.
And I'm going to do that regularly now, so I should be on my Facebook page, which is my official.
Because I signed up with that person who said he was you, but he wasn't.
No, I know. And
then when I realised my error, I got rid of him. And
what is my official Facebook website? I can't remember now. What is it?
I'm trying to find you on here now.
Oh, okay. See, I'm now having to get out of. For 13 years, I was in the same place all the time. I didn't even think.
I think you just come through to your your JamesWellRadio.com.
Okay, so just go on Facebook, JamesWellRadio.com, and you can find the original one. You can become a friend. I need some more friends.
That's how I knew you were on tonight, because it says broadcasting through his website.
Yeah.
So then I went, ooh.
Good. Well, that's good.
Would have missed you.
And now the camera's working for you okay?
Yes.
That's brilliant. All right.
Now I know the right buttons to press.
Good. Excellent. Well, go and tell 6 people for me tomorrow.
I will do my best, James.
Thank you very much indeed. Caroline, we'll talk soon.
All right, take care.
Night-night.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, I've dropped the bloody thing on the floor now. Oh, I can't believe it. Oh, hang on. Just a minute. Right, I think it's time for a few commercials, don't you? At 8 o'clock.
Would you like a cup of tea?
I'd love a cup of tea. Do you know how to make it? What happened to the bloke? Did I piss him off because I kept
Back
being...
from Florida this week.
Is he?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't really need him, but, I mean, it's all right. If he wants to come in and hang out, I don't mind.
Well, it helps if he's answering the phones a bit rather than people just keep ringing on and ringing on and ringing on until we get to...
Well, yeah, I don't know. Well, we've got... we're off phones now, so if anybody wants to ring in, you can come on now. We've had a few Skype calls, but I was talking when they were coming through, and I'm sorry about that. If you want to Skype, if you have a Skype... I mean, you should get a Skype. Go to Skype and get yourself a Skype account, and then you can call us free. Okay, Skype, you can call free, and you will sound as good as if you were here in the studio with me. And if you want to go, if you want to go and look at the real-time cameras, you can do that. If you go to nttbs.com, nttbs, N2Ts, a B and an S.com. And you can see the real-time camera. So do that now. We'll be back right after this. Hang on.
Now, more great deals from 14travel.co.uk.
All this month, we have 2 great deals for holidays to Marmaris, Turkey. Stay in our 3-star bed and breakfast Hotel Honey from £159 per person. Or our all-inclusive 4-star Hotel Grand Ideal from just £299 per person. All rates include flights, transfers and accommodation with child prices from £99. Terms and conditions apply.
For more information, call 1 4 Travel now on 0871 664 1405 or visit the website at www.14travel.co.uk.
Play Radio UK have teamed up with Virgin Wines to offer you a massive £20 discount off your favourite wines. Visit playradiouk.com/Virgin Wines to start saving now and get your favourite wines delivered to your door. Play Radio UK and Virgin Wines for people who love their wine and a great deal. playradiouk.com/Virgin Wines.
Broadcasting live to the UK. News, information, entertainment, and the best music from the past 40 years. This is Play 2 UK. James Whale. Call 01243 55 60 60. Email studio@playradiouk.com. Skype play.radio.uk. Live and unleashed. The James Whale Show on Play 2 UK.
James Whale. Silence was never an option.
Here we go. Carl Kelly. I'm eating chocolate. Carl Kelly says, excellent show. Keep up the good work. Thanks, Carl. Got a caller coming in as well. Hello.
Hi, James. It's Keith from Lichfield.
Keith from Lichfield.
How you doing?
How are you, Keith? I was in your neck of the woods the other day.
Yeah, I just heard you say that on the podcast, and I thought I'll give you a call. I'd been listening to you on that other channel for years and years and years.
Yeah. Well,
and started listening to you over the last few weeks on this channel.
Well, I'm very glad. I hope you're telling your friends to come over and join us here.
Most definitely, yeah. Wouldn't believe it. First time I've called you, as I say, and
well, you see, I think
probably 10, 12 years of listening to you.
I think the thing is that people realise that we are now pioneers in the new. I think this is the new way forward in broadcasting. So there are obviously going to be a lot less people to begin with because people take a while. Even somebody I was talking to the other day who I thought would have known how to get it and everything else hadn't a clue. I said, well, if you go through my website, jameswhaleradio.com, it's right there on the front page. Oh, I didn't think about that.
It's interesting, actually, because I'm one of these dreaded Mac users.
Are you?
And the first time I tuned in, I had real difficulties getting hold of you, but I'm
Why?
Through both iTunes or through the Not the Tommy Boyd Show website, so I'm seeing your footage live, so that's cool.
Why is the Apple Mac difficult?
It's just compatibility. Everything is written for the Windows environment. And, you know, you try and load up some websites, and you have to get special drivers in place to support it. But when it's running great, and the streaming of your footage from the studio is fantastic.
Well, even when I'm eating chocolate.
Well, I can't. I must admit, I can't see you live at the moment.
Well, that's a shame.
Because I put you on pause, so there's no feedback or anything. In fact, I can just see you now eating the chocolate.
Oh, good. I stuck my tongue out a few moments ago. It looks disgusting, so...
The reason I was calling you anyway, James, I found that, because of the time of day and things, I was used to listening to you in the evenings. I started downloading your podcasts.
Oh, okay.
Through iTunes.
Yeah.
I'm not getting any. I've not seen anything the last couple of weeks. I was away in France last week, unable to get to a computer.
Well, that's
so
no
I didn't
good.
get it. And I just wondered what was happening, mate.
Well, where did you finish, and I'll fill you in?
That's a good question.
I mean, do you want to know what's happening in the world, or do you want to know... I mean, you can get all the archive stuff on my website.
Yeah, I can certainly get, your own podcast, but I was trying to get the Playradio podcast.
Yeah, well, they should be coming... I think they should be there every week, aren't they?
Well,
Hopefully.
I think they should be, but I've not had the last two come up at all on either Play site or iTunes.
When Matt comes in from making me a cup of tea, we'll give him a bollocking.
Fantastic.
Because I think he deserves it. But, you should be able to get them downloaded without any problems at all. In fact...
I must admit, I was finding it really convenient. Obviously, I couldn't talk to you live like we're doing now.
Well,
but it was really cool in the car, just plugging in the iPod and then listening to a bit of you on the way to work and then on the way back, and it was really good.
You can. I mean, this new technology we're talking about, where you can hear it live as well via your phone in your car.
Yeah.
With the right little thing, you particularly with a Nokia, you plug into it and it then broadcasts it via your car radio.
Yeah, that's something I'm going to have a look at. I've tried similar technology with my iPod.
Let me just, hang on one moment. Let me just say to Duncan, who's Skyped us, we'll come to you in a moment, Duncan. Stay where you are. What was I going to say? I can't remember now. It was terribly important, I thought, but obviously it wasn't that important because it slipped right out of my mind.
Well, I'll let you go now, James, anyway, and talk to Duncan.
All right, you take it. Listen, don't forget, couple of weeks' time, we're on 12 until midnight, so we'll be back for most of the time that I was on before.
Brilliant.
All right, my friend.
Good to speak to you, James.
Take it easy.
Cheers, then.
Bye. Bye. Right, okay, let's talk to Duncan. Hi, Duncan. Are you there, Duncan? Well, I can hear some noise, Duncan, but I can't hear you. So, are you there, Duncan? No, he's not there. Okay. So, sorry about that. Duncan is wanting to come on. He wants to talk, and I can see him up on the screen in front of me. Can I join in the chat? Yeah, you can, Duncan. I'm trying to get you on. So, there's something you haven't pressed. Because I can hear about a bit of that. So, stay there, Duncan. We'll get Matt back, and we'll sort it out. Let's have a couple more of your emails. And if you want to email us now, it is studio@playradiouk.com. That's studio@playradiouk.com. And if you want to email me during the week with any bits and pieces, it's james.whale@playradiouk.com. David Green says, on the subject of motoring, did you see the story about Abraham Ginovich from Tottenham in London, who's a teacher, who was stopped with 13 people in his Volvo? He was fined £900 and banned for 12 months. But seems that he refused to accept it was dangerous. I know you have your run-ins with speeding, etc. I'm livid that he could not see what was wrong. I agree with you. I think he's a pillock. The bloke's a pillock. I mean, 13 kids crammed into a Volvo. The man's a nutcase. Absolutely deserved 9. He should have been fined much more. Have you been in touch with Ken from the Highlands? I'm missing his Bible readings, Dave in Leicester. I haven't heard from Ken in the Highlands since I was booted out from my last place. So if he's listening, I don't know if Ken is online. If he is online, then I would love to hear from him, but I'm not sure if he is. So that's the problem at the moment. Right, Anne. Hi, Anne says, I'm back listening to you again. It's more practical. Hang on. Looking forward to the later evenings as it's more practical and I shall feel like I'm going to bed with you again. I've missed that. Well, I'm going to be on from 8 until midnight, and considering I was on from 10 until 1 before, that's practically 3/4 of the programme back where it was. I'm in rant mode now. How can people not be allowed to smoke in restaurants, pubs, etc., but it's okay to puff away, driving one-handed, wafting smoke over the children sat in the back of the car? It's madness. Hot ash dropping on the laps. The distraction of lighting up whilst trying to keep an eye on the road. I bet many accidents are caused by smoking in cars. Many years ago, when I rode a motorbike, somebody flicked their cigarette out of the window, and my visor was up, and it went. And in it went. Luckily, I was stationary. He flicked it out of as he pulled away, but I had a burnt chin and one hell of a fright. I bet accidents are caused by this sort of idiotic behaviour. Ban smoking in cars. And in the West Country, do you know, and I totally agree with you. I don't know why we should be banned from having our phones in the car. I think hands-free is obviously the way to go, and I think having a phone in one hand while you're driving is completely wrong. And I think people who smoke and drive are dangerous and acting very dangerously. Absolutely right. I can't get that Skype call on. This is from KH. Again, if you want to email us, it's studio@playradiouk.com. Studio@playradiouk.com. Are the presenters on your last radio station not allowed to mention your name? Yes, I think that's right. I don't think they are. I emailed one the other night and realised that I told them that even though the radio station isn't the same without you, it's nice to hear him on... I see. The guy who they first got on to replace you was used to send me to say, I changed stations. I know that your former producer gets emails first, so maybe it's down to him now. It's just they won't talk about me. I can assure you. KH. Apparently Mandela doesn't want to say anything publicly against Mugabe because he doesn't want to appear to be undermining South Africa's current president. Who happens to be useless and spineless. Mandela is upset but thinks he's going to be seen as interfering in South African politics. Well, when did that worry Mandela? He's interfered in South African politics all his life. That's how he got where he was. I think Mandela is just looking for an excuse, to be quite honest with you. Missing your chats with Peter Stringfellow. How is he? Last time I heard you speak on the other side, he was a bit pissed somewhere overseas. We must get... We haven't had Stringy on this, have we?
No.
The shame is you can't just go down to his club afterwards here.
Yeah. You could send us a limousine.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What, with girls in it?
Yeah.
I thought you didn't like girls.
That's you jumping to assumptions.
Love the shirt. Do you like the shirt? It's a bit red, this shirt, isn't it? Do you like my shoes, by the way, if you're looking on the TV? Look, these are my shoes. Hang on.
You know, I was just downstairs making a cup of tea, and one of our managers said, I like James's shoes. They match his shirt.
When are you on Bid TV? Friday and Saturday evenings. Friday and Saturdays on Bid TV. In fact, I tell you, I can look in my organiser here, which is the font of all knowledge. There, all knowledge is in there, and I can tell you when I'm on Bid TV. You can watch. Okay, I'm on between 4:30 and 7:30. I think. Is it 4:30 to 7:30? 7:30? Yeah, 4:30 to 7:30. Yeah, good. That's when I'm on, and then I'm on the next weekend as well, on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Okay. Well, there we are. Let's carry on. What are we doing this time? Was I Skyping or not?
No, I'm just actually replying to an email somebody sent to me. They have found the correct FM transmitter, and I'm just confirming to them that that is the one. It's a Belkin Tunecast 2 FM transmitter.
Right.
And I'm just replying. He said, sorry to be a pain, not being a techie, not sure which dongle I need. Is this the one for the computer FM radio? And I've just replied to say, it certainly is.
We should be getting Belkin to advertise.
We should. Should. That's a good idea.
I know. Shall we ring Stringfellow?
Yeah, give him a ring.
Because you can do this, can't you, really? Couldn't do this before, but I could do this now. If I write the number here, do you want to go and ring it?
Yep, you write the number down. I'll go and pick those emails up off the printer and go and give him a ring.
Okay, hang on. Steve Wright.
Steve Wright?
Yeah, got Sean Lloyd's number here too.
Oh, you would.
Here we go. You read the number out then. You better tell him it's me, really.
Yes.
Okay.
Of course. And we've got Mr. Tubbs on Skype for when you're ready.
Have we?
Yeah.
Okay. What was that other bloke, Stringfellow?
I don't know.
Oh, I nearly showed the number on the screen.
Right, I'll go and do that.
Yeah. I'll talk to Mr. Tubbs. Hello.
Hi, James.
How you doing, buddy?
Oh, you're doing me head in with all this wireless dongle business.
Am I? I'm doing myself in.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, yeah. If you go up on Amazon, right, the Belkin one doesn't get very good reviews, and you can get one for £6 delivered on Amazon Co.uk. It's called a Lupo. It's exactly the same as the Belkin. It uses a 3.5 stereo jack plug, standard personal headphones stereo jack plug, and they're not USB powered, as a lot of you have been saying. They use batteries, or they're 12-volt powered from a car adapter.
Ah, right.
So-
The Belkin one has batteries. I just looked inside it.
Yeah, that's right. See,
Yeah.
they're battery powered. So there isn't. I haven't actually physically seen a USB powered FM modulator. Although that would be a good idea, and no doubt they are out there somewhere. But I haven't found one doing all my searches. So they're probably like just around the corner.
They're
But,
not.
There's plenty out there. There's plenty out there that will do the job. You know, and I've put like tons of links up on your forums and on my forums, and you know, I'll send an email to Matt and link up that way.
And send one to my website as well. Put it on there as well.
Yeah, I have done, James.
Okay.
I have done.
I'm
So
gonna-
people have to sort of search through a bit, but.
I mean, Mr. Tubbs, the problem here is that the normal, ordinary, everyday broadcasting organisations really don't want this technology taking off.
Well, the internet radio is far superior to DAB radio. As you're seeing now, you can get all these little wireless boxes that for about £50 now, and you know you can stream all your favourite stations off the net and straight through the wireless box.
Seems a bit of it's a bit of a shame though that a lot of companies have spent an enormous amount of money in this DAB digital stuff. I mean, I know one of the main broadcasters has just pulled out. I don't know if you read this, but they pulled out of all their digital broadcasting stuff, and they're not going to bother anymore.
Yeah, it's a shame because in Japan and Europe the standard of DAB is much higher. They even transmit pictures with the DAB, and some of them are like even going into like full moving pictures as well.
Exactly.
And that's like, so you can use your little PMP DAB player or whatever and see all the full colour pictures, you know. But we don't have standards anything like that. We're the sort of country that invents that sort of stuff and then flogs it off to someone else.
Yeah, but the problem is, of course, that like when the other new technology that we take for granted now started, there were all kinds of different forms of the same thing, but it all became standardized. So people are going to have to decide, I suppose, whether they're going to be on FM or AM, although those analog transmitters are apparently going to be closed down. DAB...
Well, they'll never be able to close the airwaves, technically. You know, the airwaves will always be there, and there'll always be gaps in the airwaves, you know, where you'll obviously get pirates and that sort of thing operating. But, that's the FM airband for you. I mean, no one will ever give that up, I wouldn't have thought. Although the major national companies will. But as you say, like, everything's net-bound now, and we all have to get used to new little bits of technology. But for, like, £6 delivered, James, if people want to go onto Amazon and just... look up the Lupo, Lupo. It's a little FM modulator / transmitter, whatever, and you can just plug that into either your MP3 player or your PC out socket, and it'll stream straight to any FM radio in the house. And that's the cheapest version there is out there. The other way is to get the ones that plug into the car, but you can get a little adapter for about £1.50 on Amazon, which is a 12-volt car adapter. They're really lightweight and small. You plug it in your plug socket, you plug your car FM dongle transmitter into that, and away you go. That's it, done.
What do you do? What do you do normally for a job?
Me? Oh well, I'm actually a sound engineer, and I make tune. But I'm actually registered disabled, James. So soon to be homeless. I hope not, but we'll keep following on anyway.
Why are you soon to be homeless?
Well, here's the thing. The landlord wants the property back. I've been here over a year, and there's been an awful lot of problems in the house with antisocial behaviour and rubbish.
Have you been behaving appallingly?
I haven't, James. No, I've been a very good citizen. In fact, I've done everything so by the book. It's driven me crazy. What with antisocial behaviour and wheelie bin men from hell, and it's all on waste management. Anyway, James, I don't know if you checked that out on my YouTube page.
Yeah.
So you can kind of see what kind of goes on in the area by that.
All right. Well, listen. I think you've obviously got a brilliant mind for all these gadgets and stuff like that. I think there's a great future for people like you.
Well, I hope so, James. This is it. We'll get on the forums and we'll try and make it work.
All right, you take it easy, my friend. Talk soon.
And you, James. Cheers.
Bye. So let's look for a Lupo on Amazon. LUPO. Little dingly dongly. Are you looking for one now?
I'm not. No, I'm managing Skype.
Are you managing Skype? Does Skype need managing?
It does, yes. When people call in and things, and people asking me questions about can I call now, and etc.
Okay, Gary says he's enjoying the show. Where can I find the podcast of last week's show? A lot of people have said they haven't been able to find a couple of weeks' worth of podcasts.
That is correct.
Yeah, we are. Matt's not been doing what Matt should have been doing, because Matt's been looking for a girl.
You have to go higher up than me for that one, I'm afraid.
Why hasn't it been getting there?
All right, okay, I'll tell you. Basically, what's happened is our subscription went for renewal for the people who host our podcast.
And you didn't do it.
And we wanted to renew for a year. They renewed us for 6 months. So, and with them being in America, it's taken a while for them to liaise with us over invoicing and refunding.
All right.
I'm hoping to upload them tomorrow.
Okay. Do you go back to that other one I just saw there about the... No. Whaley, when are you going to get some live lesbian sex on the show? Right now. Hopefully on Friday on Bid TV you'll be able to sell me something. Well, I hope so. Join me, all of you, on Friday and Saturday on Bid TV, because the prices I was watching today have been going really, really low. And let me tell you one thing about Bid TV is the stuff is good. We can only tell you about this. You can't say things about the stuff that isn't true. And we seriously sell gold, diamonds, and leather at the sort of prices you get. There's some great stuff on there. Join me Friday and Saturday on Bid TV, and I will show you some really exciting stuff. Okay, really exciting. There was a skillet you could cook fajitas in today, but they got two with them. Solid cast iron. They went for $5 for the both, and I rang to get them because you can't get any more discount than the prices are so low. That's it. You have to ring in like everybody else. You can't, because the warehouse is miles away. It still has to be posted to you. So you just like anybody else. But there's such good value on there. Lots of people don't even realise. I'll have a look at that. Brilliant news. Thanks for Matt for spilling that little tidbit. Stephen Carlisle, about the show coming on twice and going a bit later. Yeah, he wasn't supposed to tell you that later, really. But he did, and he shouldn't have done. Peter Collins says, James, when you was on the other one, lights dimmed in the studio, and your core listeners got used to listening to you in that time slot, so maybe in the future you could switch back to your original slot. Well, we are. Not going to go until 1 in the morning. We're going to go until midnight, but I'm going to start earlier at 8 until midnight. So spread the news. Thank you, Peter, in Birmingham. All right, that's good news for you, isn't it? Time for a few more calls. Maybe you've joined us 8:30 tonight. Maybe okay. If you want to give me a call, 01243 01243 5560 60 01243 5560 If you want to pick up the phone, give us a call. That would be a jolly good idea. I think we'll take a break and we'll come... what? I'm overdue for a break.
I think so.
Yeah, I am.
Well, I wasn't. I just looked up.
Okay. James, I remember a professor saying oil would run out and there would be no carbon dioxide being produced from oil. Plants would die as they need carbon dioxide to grow, and we would all starve. His solution was that we would need giant chimneys all over the world churning out carbon dioxide. So enjoy your driving, James. You are feeding the plants. Alex from Glasgow. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. I couldn't agree more. Next week, an exclusive on Talk between 8 and 10. Between 8 and 10 next week. We will be doing a dual cast with Alex Jones. live on the show. You didn't know that, did you? I'm telling you. Oh, you did, right. Alex Jones, one of the most listened to radio hosts in America, and a friend of mine who hosts a site called Infowars.com and broadcasts all over America. He will be here, and we will be going out via the Alex Jones show in America as well as on the internet. That's all happening next week here from 8.
Play 2 UK. Headlines.
John Leslie's issued a scathing attack on the steps of his solicitors about a new rape allegation against him. The former Blue Peter presenter says the claim, dating back to 1995, is totally untrue. Another British soldier has been killed in Afghanistan. It happened during a battle with insurgents in Helmand province. Next of kin have been informed. A rule brought in to allow witnesses to give evidence in court anonymously is facing major uncertainty. It's because of a decision made by the law lords last week. And Andy Murray's first round match with Fabrice Santoro is underway on Wimbledon's centre court. Elsewhere, fellow Brit Naomi Cavaday put up a brave fight before going out to defending champion Venus Williams.
You're up to date on Play 2 UK.
And he went, "Don't tell me what to do, you're a racist." And I went, "I'm not telling you what to do." His name. I said, "I'm asking you to move your arm so she can mop up the drink." Meanwhile, the guy sitting next to me has started on him and said, "Look, you know what? You can't start branding the term being a racist around because it's far too easy to call someone a racist just because it's something that comes out of your mouth. But in this day and age, that term sticks, even if it's not true."
Not the Tommy Boyd Show with Matt and Stu. Sundays from 7 p.m. UK time, only on Playradio UK.
If you've ordered band t-shirts online before, you'll know that half of the time the shirt you want isn't available. Or you end up having to wait for what seems like months because the site you've ordered it from
has to order it in from someone else, who has to order it in from someone else, blah, 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 etc., etc.
Well, Play Radio has teamed up with Loud Clothing to bring you the best in branded fanwear.
We can get our hands on ultra-hard-to-find US tour merchandise and offer it exclusively to you.
Go to playradiouk.com now and click on the Loud Clothing banner to get started.
James Wales. If opinions count, this man must be a mathematical genius.
True enough. I never quite understood that jingle, but they like it, so I have no idea. I have no idea at all. Can't find Stringfellow at the moment. We'll get him, don't worry. We'll find him. He'll be around somewhere. Right, let's get back to the calls. You want to join me? Oh no, that's somebody else. If you want to call, 01243, hang on, 01243, ring that number now. And Caroline Howell says, the dongle thing, Caroline here, spoke to you earlier. How do I get that email up then? I'll get it. Oh, here we are. James, Caroline here, spoke to you earlier. I just ordered one of those Lupo dongles. I went via the Nectar Points website and got free postage and packing. Only $5.99 delivered. Well, very good. Listen, let me know, Caroline, how it goes next week. I want to know how it is to listen to it, all right? This is, by the way, if you just joined us, this is the, I suppose in the early days of doing this online, although online radio has been going for a while now, it's now beginning to get into the position that it should be. There is probably Britain's most famous broadcaster, and I can't tell you who it is going to leave the BBC, apparently, and he will be broadcasting online. His show will be online in the next year or so. And I think that will be when everything begins to kick off. So those people who are able to pick up radio properly online are going to be right there at the forefront of this sort of listening revolution. And Caroline is going to be one of the first. James, want to know where I can listen? Used to love the show. I miss you, mate. I've done that before. Jason, right here, every Tuesday, and soon to be every Tuesday and Thursday, and soon to be from 8 o'clock. I was just going to pick up that call. You picked up that call before me. Get David Noakes. David Noakes, I keep thinking John Noakes. Get David Noakes on the show. He knows loads about the EU. Any luck?
Yep, this is him now.
All right. As I live and breathe, the amazing Mr. Peter Stringfellow.
Hiya, James.
How are you?
Oh, I'm much happier now. I realise you're back on the radio.
Well, yes, I'm now exploring the new technology of the net, and it's amazing. So not only can you be heard here in Britain, you can be heard all over the world.
And that's the future, mate, and I love it.
Not only that, listen, Stringfellow Radio and Stringfellow TV could soon be taking off.
Well, who knows, mate? It's a matter of time.
It's
a matter of time, James.
Yeah, we could be sitting in a studio, right? Just chatting, you and me.
Yeah.
You're not online, I know, at the moment. You should go and check it out when you have a minute. And then you can see, because there's a camera here as well, so you can see me too. So,
wow, well, the next time we'll do that.
So we could have a couple of girls dancing in the background.
So nothing's changed then, James?
Absolutely nothing. In fact, I'm even more wild and even more mad than I used to be.
Well, that's even better now, because you haven't got the constraints you had before.
No.
But not that anybody realised you got any before.
Well, no, exactly not. And you know, unfortunately, that particular situation hasn't yet come to a close,
Listen,
I'm afraid.
I'm pleased about this, because every time I get in a bloody taxi, they always ask me when you're back on, and I say, well, it won't be long, and I'll let you know when I know. I mean, they all ask.
No. Well, now, the good thing is there is new technology, and if these guys have the latest mobile phones, they can listen to the show.
Well, I'll certainly pass the word on now.
What are you up to, anyway?
Well, it's been a long day today. Let me see, was it today, was it yesterday? I went to a little conservative cocktail where, funny enough, ironically, I met up again with Boris Johnson.
Oh, right.
Very briefly, he was flashing his through. I appeared in front of the crowd, which was nice, and I didn't get enough time to talk to him. Not really, apart from how are you, Boris, fabulous. I wanted to ask him, are you happy that you actually got voted in mayor, or do you think, Christ, that's the worst thing ever happened?
Yeah. Well, you could have asked him if he's got a job for me as well. I see a couple of his advisors have just gone.
I would have mentioned it for definite, you know.
I see, listen, today Ken Livingstone's come out and supported me for my views.
Well, then why not? I mean, you know, just because he wasn't, in my opinion, the best mayor that we ever had for those years. I don't think the guy is horrible, nasty, or terrible. What I do like about him, he sticks to his principles, and that's a good thing. I don't agree with a lot of the stuff he does, but if he's supporting you, then all of a sudden he gets some extra marks from me.
But the interesting thing is that, you know, he says that people should, and he's quite right, and he's always done this, so it's not you know, we've known Ken for years, but he's always maintained that people should have an opinion. Whatever the opinion is, they should be allowed to express it whoever they are and wherever they are.
And I agree with that as well, of course. But what fascinates me is that what you said earlier, of course, is that now instead of just the UK listening to you, it's all around the world. So there are people listening now who have been to my club over the years, probably anywhere in the world, and I think that's fantastic.
I think
because New York was the first to have the real mayor, as I recognise mayors.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when, if you remember, when they talked about the first mayor of London, I thought that he was going to have the power of the New York mayor.
No, he didn't.
Which they're mini presidents, really.
No, I don't. I think that when Labour decided they'd make the mayor give this sort of job to people, because London never had a leader. It should have done since Margaret removed Ken Livingstone. Yeah. And it was a strange thing, and I think the Labour didn't really want them to have too much power, did they?
Well, there was always a Minister of London, but nobody actually knew who he was or she was or what power. Obviously had none. And maybe they missed the point there. You know, we could have been very English by having a genuine, real Minister of London.
Well,
This is where all the money's made in the UK.
There'll be a lot of people listening to you in New York at the moment. I think last week we had a few thousand people listening in New York to the programme. So, not that you've got a club there anymore, I realise.
No, but of all the cities that I've operated in and no longer do, that's the one city I would go back to. I would never go back and open a club in LA. I like the idea of living in Miami, but not opening a club. But New York, I would open a club.
You told me you'd never go back to New York.
LA, I said, not
New York.
LA, I can't even stand the thought of going anywhere near LA. But New York, yeah, that's some great. You know, New York's a very special city. It's a kind of a. This is going to sound ridiculous. An American version of London.
Well, it is an American version of London. What about, listen.
I said it's going to sound ridiculous, didn't I?
Well, Mr. Stringfellow, by the way, now spends a lot less time working than he used to.
Well, I was in both clubs last night.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, I was in the new one in Soho, of course, and Covent Garden, and I'll be going in there tonight as well.
Which
one?
So
just before you went about me retiring and spending time in Mallorca, which of course I do as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, all the time. We had a long chat many years ago when I wasn't very well and he was worried about him getting older. He decided he was going to actually calm down, but it seems to have gone the other way now.
Well, the thing is that I spent all my life, as you well know, and everybody knows me, in nightclubs. I mean, that sounds ridiculous, but it was the truth. Every night. Every night, for year in, year out. Which I'm not complaining about. I had a fantastic time. But all it is now is I share my time with a little leisure with my beautiful fiancée, who you know very well now, Bella.
Actually, I had that lovely text from you a few weeks ago saying, come over for dinner. I was away at the time.
I know, and then your brain's gone in a different direction just now, hasn't it?
Well, no, I've had to go out and find a bit of work, obviously, but, you know, I still need to be fed.
Nah, not so much, mate. With all respect, James, you could lose a few pounds.
That's not nice.
No, same goes
nice.
for me too.
Yeah, that's not nice.
I mean, you know, I have this mental image of myself until I see myself reflected in a shopping window or something, or on bloody TV, and then I go berserk because it's not the way I see myself. I'm about a stone, and for the Americans, that's pounds 14 of them.
I just love myself as I am. You know,
same with me. I mean, you know, I'm not cuddly. I'm desirable.
You're desirable, you know.
Yes.
Yeah. And you've still got a girl who is old enough to be your daughter, so I don't know what you're going on about.
Would I complain? Did I say I was complaining?
No, well, listen, Mrs. Whale and I are seriously now, because I don't do much in the evening, of course. Only a couple of nights a week. We're going to come over and see you.
Listen, you know that invitation.
But I will
You've got my numbers.
I do.
Let me explain what I'm doing, just to touch a base with you and anybody who knows me. We're in London all this week. But next week we're flying off to Italy, where Bella's parents live. We're going to spend a few days there. Her father, anybody listening in the Brindisi area of Italy, no doubt there are. They live in the villa in that area. We're going to visit them and then into Mallorca.
Now tell me, who's the most famous person been in one of your clubs recently?
Recently? Oh, that's a good one. Okay. Let me spin through my mind. I'll tell you what, yesterday we had someone in who actually couldn't believe that Professor Stephen Hawking has been to the club. Now, the whole world knows who Professor Stephen Hawking is. I said, yes, he has been. Oh, of course he hasn't. I said, what are you on about? Of course he has. And this was a lady who was one of his earlier students, and she wouldn't believe it. I said, no, let me just tell you, not only did he come in, we took his chair downstairs, this was Stringfellow's, and he didn't want to talk about the universe with me at all. He wanted to watch the girls.
I don't blame him. Listen, after I came out of hospital a few years ago, I used to come. Mrs. Whale used to bring me there regularly. In fact, so regularly that Peter had to ask her not to be so full on with the girls. Because you know, a little lesbian lust is always good. I think it.
Well, I think she did it to wind you up, and you always fell for it. You loved it, didn't you? Especially that bit, which shall we take home? And she went, no, baby, I think you've got the wrong idea here. Oh. You're supposed to just watch.
Well, I thought we should have taken a few of them home, but there we are, and we're not.
Well, you know, those silly rules,
rules and rules and rules. Now,
well, because you're now a very special person, I might just let those bend a little bit, you know.
Let me just tell everybody, and I think I've written about it in my book, one of the most amazing nights of my life when I look back on it was being in Stringfellow's when he was having a fundraising night for the Tories. Had I known that David Cameron was going to be such a liability, I probably wouldn't have gone, but there we are. He was, and David Cameron will not be coming to your club. I wouldn't think you get him through the doors.
And no, the funny thing is that you're going to talk about Margaret Thatcher, of course. That was a very special, and what was nice about it, she knew where she was, she knew what it was all about.
Absolutely.
And she had a twinkle in her eye, and I thought she was fantastic.
Yeah, in fact, we were in. Margaret Thatcher was in Stringy's club, and he sat me down beside her. We had a long talk, and fascinating. We're here, one of the most powerful people in the world ever, and sitting in your club. And enjoying it. And what, you know, it's a few years ago, 4 years ago, I suppose. But, and I suppose she's a lot older and a lot more frail than she was then, but she's still...
I've met her a couple of times since then, you know, and people say this about her being frail. But, yeah, she has a personal assistant who prompts her every so often, but basically, she's well together, is that lady.
Yeah.
And still quite witty.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Good, you're a legend. Lovely to talk to you. Sorry I surprised you, but I was just thinking,
Listen, you can surprise me anytime, Chips.
Well, let's not talk about our private life.
And it interests me, and I'm quite fascinated that all around the world, people now are available to get onto you and listen. The word will spread.
Well, you can listen when
you ring me anytime.
All right, mate. Listen, just before you go, Matt, who is my, well, he says he's a producer, but actually, he wants. What did you want?
I was just wondering when the limousine was going to pick us up.
Oh, right. Yes. Well, I'd like you to send the limousine, but we're on the South Coast broadcasting mission.
Slightly different from when you used to send one just to go down the road down here.
Yeah, Matt.
Remember, I'm on the Thames on the Albert Embankment.
Yeah. Well, actually, I suppose we could come round the sea through the Thames down there to.
Listen, if you want a limo to pick you up and bring you up, I'll send you one.
Well, not tonight.
You just let me know when you guys are coming for dinner. I'll send a limo.
All right, I'll let you know, and we'll talk soon. In fact, we'll come and see you very soon.
Are you all right with a big bright pink one with lots of flashing lights? No problems.
Yeah, and lots of girls in it. Yeah, absolutely, no problem at all.
Yeah, he just did it again.
Make an old
wait
man
till you
very
get home,
happy.
baby.
See you later.
James, always a pleasure.
All
Just
right,
give
mate.
me a ring anytime.
Will do. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, mate.
That's the legend that is Peter Stringfellow, and if you haven't been to his club, have you? You should go to his club.
I'm looking forward to going in a pink limo.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew pink was your colour, didn't I? Yeah. But I've known Peter Stringfellow for years and years and years, and he is genuinely one of the nicest people I've ever met. And I know people have all sorts of preconceived ideas. In fact, we've had tonight.
Got a bad press, to be
Yeah.
honest with you.
We've had two great people on tonight. Uri Geller, who is a lovely, lovely man and will do anything for his friends. And the same with Stringfellow. And both of them quite often get very bad press. I think it's anything to do with me.
You could be the common denominator.
That's what I was thinking.
The following commercial will be heard by 3.3 million people and cost nothing.
Salon Supplies is one of the leading professional hair and beauty suppliers in the UK. We service thousands of salons and offer a unique personal service through our dedicated sales consultants who visit salons daily. Our cash and carries are located in Southampton, Gloucester, Sussex, Exeter, Cornwall, Milton Keynes and Northampton. For more information, call our head office now on 02380 227722.
If you want the chance to win valuable advertising, then enter your company into the Business Brainbuster. Just email your details to studio@playradiouk.com.
For perfect personalised cards for any occasion delivered through the letterbox, go to playradiouk.com/moonpig.
Okay, right, that's me, isn't it? Yes, it is. Now, it's nice to talk to String. I haven't spoken to him for a while, so maybe I should do more phone outs. Right, call me if you will. You know the numbers, 01243 55 66. If you want to be on the air, you could Skype us at play.radio.uk. Play.radio.uk. I got that T down too much. I'm going to belch all over. That's not nice, is it? That's not attractive.
It's natural.
Yeah. Do we have to have him on?
You've not got a horn.
No, I know, but I mean, do we need to have him on every bloody week? He comes on and just pisses me off.
It's your call.
Yeah, I know. Oh, go on then. Eduardo. No, he's not there. Eduardo. No, he's not there. I can hear him in the background, but he's not there. Look. He's left his Skype on. Oh, he's there. He's coming. Or has he been... Hang on, is he locked in another room?
He sounded like he was tied up and gagged.
Yeah. Are you tied up and gagged? What is he doing?
He's got a really bad connection.
You've got a bad connection. He's put it down now.
He'll call back in a second, though.
Right, okay, we'll wait for that and not go on to anything else. James, I have heard a rumour that you will be selling a gold, leather and diamond thong on Bid TV, which was previously worn by Tony Blair, Gordon Brown and David Cameron. Would you be modelling it as well? I may. Tune in and find out. Did you hear about the UFO that was spotted by police helicopter pilots in Wales? Apparently they tried to film it, but camera didn't register the object. Last month, the Vietnamese said that a UFO had crash-landed on their territory. It seems as though UFO sightings have been on the increase in the last 6 months. What do you think, James? Also, the picture and sound is perfect on my computer. In you from Stevenage. I think Errol. I can't read it from here. Errol from Stevenage. Excellent, Errol. Did you see, if you go to my website, jameswhaleradio.com, I've posted up, it should be there. If it's not there now, it'll be there tomorrow. I posted up pictures of a UFO I saw while I was sitting in an Indian restaurant a couple of weeks ago. You might have a little look at that. The James Whale Radio Show, you're on the air. Hello?
Ah, now you got me.
Now I've got you.
Now, I want to complete your holy trinity of fantabulous guests. What with Uri Geller, Peter Stringfellow, and now me.
Oh.
You must be overcome.
I'm absolutely overcome. Do you know, I can't believe it. David Green has emailed me, he said, out of interest, did Peter ever allow smoking in his clubs, and has the smoking ban affected him? Well, I think he did allow smoking in certain parts of it, but the smoking ban, I don't think, has affected him at all. It's a good point.
Give us a honk on the horn.
Oh, I haven't got the flipping horn here.
Oh.
I've got to find a horn.
Listen, just before we go any further, I don't want to put my foot in the wrong pond. I mean, are you trying to move away from the horn? Is that why you haven't brought a horn in? And am I just trying to push you back into somewhere you don't want to be?
No,
Are you evolving?
No, I quite like the horn. No, I have no need to evolve. Evolving is for those people who feel that they haven't fully assimilated in society. I don't feel that at all. If I listen, tomorrow I'm doing an incredibly serious discussion program on the television on Press TV.
Where's Press TV? Never heard of it.
No, we'll go on your website later and look at presstv.com.
But it's actually on the TV.
It's online at the moment, but it will be on TV later this year.
All right.
But you can
almost TV then.
Well, it's a proper TV. It's broadcast all over the world.
But it has to be on the telly, though. Through the skybox. If it doesn't come through my aerial,
I
it's not
see.
telly.
Okay, well, you just have to plug your computer into your flipping television and it's there, right?
I'm not touching this TV. This TV is brand new, 42 inches of solid Samsung plasma gold.
Oh, well,
I love it.
You don't want that. You need a 50-inch, 42 inches of pussy TV.
No,
you need
50
a 50-inch,
gaudy.
and you
50
need...
inches classless.
And you need
gaudy.
LCD, not plasma.
I don't know, what's the difference?
What?
I've got the same TV, but in LCD.
Yeah.
Much better.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, this is good.
Is it?
Yeah. It's really good, right, late at night, when you watch Babe Station, because it's like they're in the room with you.
Oh, I see. And of course, the babes wouldn't normally be in the room with you, would they?
Yes, they would be. But
No.
what are you trying to say?
Well, I'm beginning to realise that you can't get any female action going.
Are you saying I can't get bird?
Yeah.
No.
Have you got a bird there?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Hello?
Hello, who's that?
See, she was real. She's not. I didn't record that, and she's not a blow-up doll.
Shut up! I want to talk to her. What's her name?
No, I've moved the other room.
Oh, in that case, it's a blow-up doll.
All right, whatever you like.
You're making
James.
the voice. Do it again.
Hello, James.
See, you're doing the voice. You're throwing your voice.
I'm a fully functioning male, yes?
Yeah.
With a string of women behind me, and a string of women in front of me for the future.
Really? Name one.
I couldn't out them. Look, I've been married once.
Yeah, once was enough for them.
Once was enough for me. Listen, I'm going to tell you, James, you sound a little bit muted tonight. I feel like I'm doing all the work in this conversation.
No, I thought I'd been talking quite a lot tonight. I thought, when you come on, you want to hear the sound of your own voice, and
yeah, absolutely. It's all about me, James. Me.
Yeah, well, I'm giving you the opportunity to entertain us.
Good. I want to talk. Listen, I'm telling you something now, people. It is chronic out there. I haven't sold a house for donkeys. I need some help, James. When is James?
Well,
if I was a truck driver, you'd be jumping off towers trying to save me.
All right, hang on.
Because
hang
I'm
on.
an estate agent.
Yeah, you are a bloody estate agent, right?
You don't care.
Hang on. Where is your estate agency business?
East London.
Right, East London. Who's that?
You know it?
Oh, it's a bloody turn the flipping television off.
I've just moved from the hallway to the lounge.
Yeah, well, don't. Just stay where you are. Okay, right. Tell me, what's your bargain on at the moment? Your East London, does that cover do you sell trendy city pads?
No, I sell dirty East End hovels.
No, you don't. What do you sell?
Yes, I do. I sell. I'm in Scumland. I am right next to the Olympics. I'm the closest agent to the Olympic site.
Well, if you refer to it as Scumland, you deserve to never make any more money because that's disgusting. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I am ashamed.
For goodness sake.
I'm terribly ashamed. I'm always ashamed.
Those people are fantastic. I lived in that area for many years myself, and for you to say that...
the barrel...
I hope you never sell another fucking house as long as you're going, because quite frankly, that is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Well, for goodness sake, if it isn't bad enough, estate agents being like leeches, sucking the life blood out of people and getting enormous quantities of money off them for doing stuff all.
Oh, that was yesterday.
Now you're insulting the very people that you want to buy from you.
I'm not insulting anybody.
Yes, you are.
No, the area is scummy. Because people don't look after it. That's why. I used to live there myself, and when I was there, I had a lovely tendered front yard.
Right. Shut up. You're just lying now. I was going to help you sell a property tonight, and if you're not going to play ball with me, I'm not going to play ball with you.
I'm going to get a cardboard cutout of you and put it in my window.
You can do what you like, but I'm going to.
Girl says, "Stop here."
I'm going to sue the arse off you. I'm going to
sue me.
I'm going to.
I'll tell you what, you could sue me, but there's nothing to sue these days.
Well, that's the problem. There never is now.
You could have sued me last year.
Yeah, when you had billions, I know. Now, come on, listen. I'm giving you a chance here, right?
Come on, I feel suitably chastised. So
do you want to sell something or not?
Well, really, what I want to do is I want it to be like it was, and I want to turn up late, make a lot of money, and go home early. That's really what I want.
Yeah, but you're not going to do that, so...
I don't want to work for it, James. That's why I got into this business.
Right, okay. Is there a particular apartment you have or a house that you want to tell me about, and we could try and sell it? It's like getting blood out of the stone.
I've got a nice one.
Go on, then.
Right, it's a two-bedroom, modern Swiss apartment.
Two-bed apart.
Centrally located.
Yeah, where's that mean?
That means it's central to wherever you want it to be.
Well, where is it?
So if you need the bus, it's close to the bus. It's in Stratford.
Oh, in Stratford, okay.
Right, and brand new this is.
All right, so is it where the Porsche garage used to be?
Not far from the Porsche garage. Okay. Ooh, look, you know the manor.
I do, yeah. So it's up round where the canals are, and there's a river up there, and I suppose it's
right,
the
canals for cruising on.
Yeah.
And then it's sorry?
Nothing, go on.
What are you talking about?
Nothing, carry on.
And all I need is 320 grand on it.
Whoa, jeez.
What?
You ain't going to sell it.
It's got a dishwasher built in, Matt. What's your problem?
Oh, my God.
It's right next to the canals for you, buddy.
Right, okay, listen. Do you know Canary Riverside?
Canary Wharf?
No, Canary Riverside. It's a development on Canary Wharf.
No, I don't. I don't go into there. You know, because there's a lot of police around there.
Yeah, quite right, to look after me. I used to live there. And and I think now I left because I couldn't afford the service charge, which was about £100 a week service charge.
Oh, that's a bitch. Did you have a pool for that?
Yeah. But they're now, the 2-bedroom flats are going for 550,000.
Yeah, not a chance.
I wish I'd stayed. No, they wouldn't be getting them now, would they?
Nothing is selling, James. Nothing. I talked to all my friends. No one has sold a thing.
Hang on. 2 or 3 years ago, a 2-bedroom apartment in Stratford, where you are, would have been about 200,000.
About that.
How come you've got 120,000 extra added onto the price now?
Olympic fever.
Bollocks to the Olympic fever.
Olympic fever. It's my grace. I pray every day. I watch those buildings being built, and I think, yes, baby, come to daddy.
It's obviously not working.
No. Can you see the Olympic Stadium from this flat?
Yeah.
If you lean out of the window.
And turn your head to the right by 30 yards.
Yeah, exactly. How many flats in this particular block have you got for sale?
Oh, I don't know. This is one that I bought off plan to rent. I want to back it now.
Okay, right. Well, you paid for that off plan, I would think, 175.
A bit more than that.
Not much more than that. I know my property, buddy boy. I know my property. It was under 200 what you paid for that.
Oh, James, let me give you a list of my bargains then. You can perhaps become my number one person.
Go on.
Well, I'll email you, though.
All right.
We're giving out all the bargains over the air.
Well, listen, if you need a place to live in East London, check out Eduardo.
Not at those prices. I'm trying to get onto the property market.
You're not going to get on there. You can't get on there.
I've got something for Holic.
What?
Oh, go on.
I've got something for you, mate. Don't you worry. You just keep me sweet. Don't you worry.
Yeah, but he's not going to live in a garage in Hackney for long, is he?
Oh, I'll find him
Actually,
something.
I've got money to put down.
He couldn't find a garage. He couldn't afford a garage in Hackney when I think about it.
Anyway, I'm bored. You know, I've been talking about property all day. James, I want to talk about fun things. How's your head?
My head's fine.
Is it shiny tonight? Because I can't see on the internet. Because my internet's gone all askew-if. I don't know why.
Yeah, well,
I was listening to the legend that is Peter Stringfellow, and I wanted to ask him a question. I wanted to find out how a man like him what plan did this man have when he was a youngster to say to myself, I'm going to spend the rest of my life in nightclubs surrounded by naked women.
Well, Peter, when he was very young, was a DJ in clubs in Sheffield, and he just...
Hardly glamorous.
He never wanted to give up the... Well, nightclubs are glamorous wherever you go, and they've always got sexy women in them, and I think Peter just It was only about 15 years ago or so that he decided on the lap dancing thing as the way to go. In fact, it saved his life because he'd gone through a pretty hard time. What? Matt, tell the estate agent that the entire Conservative Party want to view his property.
One day they'll get back into power and we'll have a stable economy again.
Yeah, well, we won't have a stable economy while these bastards at Westminster, or the wankers of Westminster, continue to expect us to fund their mortgages, and then when they leave Parliament or they sell their houses, they keep the bloody profit from the homes that we have been paying for them to live in. And poor old Matt here hasn't even got anywhere to live.
What a ruse that was.
Yeah.
What a ruse.
Well, it's disgusting. Anyway, have you been to Stringfellows?
I haven't been to Stringfellow since 1992 when it was a normal club.
Well, it's about time you went. It's lovely now.
I can't afford the G-string tips.
Listen, what you do when you go in is you buy some Stringfellow money on your credit card, right?
Right, yeah.
And the girls come up and they wiggle around you, and you put a you put a £20 note in their thong, and then they wiggle around you some more.
No touchy though, James, because I've been to the Ye Old Axe in where is it? Hackney Road.
I don't wish to even talk about. Listen. I only know of Stringfellow.
Okay, I've only been to the disreputable ones.
Yeah, I bet you have. But then you are an estate agent after all.
I am crafty.
Just everybody remember, you buy and sell your property online. You do not need an estate agent.
What's wrong with you?
They are leeches.
You know what? Where is your loyalty? I've been listening to you for years, for your ups and your downs. Always on when I go to bed, switched off after a couple of minutes, but always on.
only go to Eduardo Estate Agencies.
Yay!
He is the only one worth going to. Talk to you later. Take it easy.
James Whale.
Now, we're talking with Nigel Farage, leader of UKIP. There's something else I was thinking of. I was always going to do this with my former employers and never get round to it. I think we should do the programme live from Strasbourg one night. Or
Come and do it. Come and do it. I can find you a never-ending stream of idiots to appear, all of whom treat voters with total contempt, who think that the French, the Dutch and the Irish are all idiots, and all of whom are determined to become masters of the universe.
The James Whale Radio Show, Tuesday, 6 till 10 p.m. UK time, only on Play 2 UK.
Find out how your business can reach over 3.5 million clients right now by emailing sales@playradiouk.com or call 01243 556 285. Playradiouk.com. Internet radio your way.
Broadcasting live to the UK. News, information, entertainment, and the best music from the past 40 years. This is Play 2 UK. James Whale. Call 01243 55 60 60. Email studio@playradiouk.com. Skype play.radio.uk. Live and unleashed. The James Whale Show on Play 2 UK.
James Whale. Silence was never an option.
Okay, welcome back. It is the James Whale Radio Show, still broadcasting after all these years, and proud to be here online on Play Radio UK, broadcasting via the studios of Play Radio UK and through the jameswhaleradio.com websites. You can hear us all over the world in the 35th year of my radio life. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you all. Thank you very much indeed. Not only in sound, but also in vision. If you're one of the lucky people, you can get us on vision tonight in real-time vision. Not only the camera stuck up in the corner of the studio. I didn't dress up much today, and the lighting's terrible. I'm shy. I'm just glaring. I mean,
I write these things down.
yeah. I need a little angle poise light to look moody. This is not the sort of light I normally work in. We're changing the programme in a few weeks. It's going to be on 8 until midnight, and we'll be doing 2 nights a week instead of 1. Okay, if you go to nttbs.com and click on watch, you can see us live. Right, David Green wants to know where Vicky from Croydon is this week. I don't know. I can't tell you where Vicky from Croydon is this week. She'll be back. Shannon Shack. Have you heard of Shannon Shack? No. Shannon Shack says, I tune in all the time. I'm a driver. Without podcasts, I would not be able to hear you. I only had DAB to hear you. I would record to mini-disc overnight and then listen the next day. Oh, that's nice, isn't it, Shannon? You must get live with the dingly-dongly thing. But great to have you on podcast, and all those of you who are listening at some time other than when we are live, which is Tuesday night and soon to be Thursday nights as well. Okay, I don't know. What am I going to do now?
Some more. Another email up on the screen.
Is that? Oh, James, could you give my friend Lindsay in Wales a shout out, as I have just got her tuned into your show. Thank you, Andy in Cheshunt. Hello, Lindsay in Wales. How are you? How's Wales tonight? Land of my mother. Wales. What part of Wales are you in, Lindsay? Email me, let me know. Email me here, studio@playradiouk.com. James, are you going to start a How Low auction on the show? I'm seriously, Seamus, considering that from Studley. I want to give away BMWs, Mercedes, and this is what we gave away on my previous station. We gave away Mercedes, BMWs, and at Christmas, of course, we always gave away a Ferrari.
Really?
Absolutely, and we, who knows, we might be able to do that here.
How Low auction.
Yeah, well, you were having a moan about it last week, so I don't know whether I'm going to let you take part. I'll have to see. What else was I
don't want to take part. I want to be able to win, so...
Oh, shut up. Shut up. Right, listen. Let's get some calls in. We haven't had any calls for a while. Oh, yes, we just had it. Let's have some new calls. If tonight, this is your first night of listening to the James Whale Radio Show live on a Tuesday, if it is your first night of finding my new home at Play Radio UK, then call me now. If you've got a Skype phone, it's play.radio.uk. If you're elsewhere in the world and you can Skype me now at play.radio.uk. Play.radio.uk. If you want to phone on the terrestrial network, could we use that as a terrestrial? I don't know if you can.
Yeah, landline. Usually.
Landline 01243 55 60 60. Call us now. Right. A couple of things we were going to talk. Did you hear that thing about Boris Johnson? I meant to mention this earlier. It's a great story. Boris Johnson managed to, in some way, get hold of one of Tariq Aziz's cigar cases. Tariq Aziz was one of Saddam Hussein's main henchmen. He was the main press man. He would be the little guy with the moustache and the glasses who would come out and do the chat. And he smoked cigars all the time. And Boris Johnson had a cigar case from him. Now, some pillock from the Labour Party went and told the police. And the police went and wanted to take the cigar case into custody. And Boris said something along the lines of, amazing, you know, they're coming out looking for my cigar case, yet George W. Bush and Tony Blair, who actually started this appalling situation, are walking around free. I'd like to know, too, when Tony Blair and George... and probably the whole of the Labour government, and possibly all the MPs in Parliament that voted to invade Iraq, should be brought to trial. Because we were lied to. I remember going on the radio and suggesting we should be over there attacking Iraq as soon as we could because they were about to attack us, because that's how it was sold to us by the lying and scheming Tony Blair. Got a view? Give me a ring. 01243 55 60 60. 01243 55 60 60. James, I'm watching you in the studio. Hello. I think your red shirt's very smart. Alison in Thatcham. Oh, Thatcham. That's not where I drive through, Thatcham in Berkshire, is it? There must be another Thatcham near here in Sussex. Definitely, because when I drive home it's quite dark. And I drive through all these little villages. Yeah. Quite scary.
It's like being in the middle of nowhere around here.
I have to make sure I fill the car up with food and water and coffee, because supposing you broke down in the middle of nowhere, what would you do? You know, we're broadcasting on the south coast. I have a long way to drive back after the show.
Car you've got's not going to break down, though, is it?
No. Now, that car I have is 10 years old, nearly.
Yeah, good, reliable cars.
Yeah, I know.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, but it looks good for 10 years old, doesn't it? I've looked after that car. Can't afford another one. What's that? Bexington? What's that? James? Hi, James again. I can't read that. You'll have to lighten it up there. The blue one?
You've just read that one.
Not that blue one? Oh, see, it's the same one, is it? Okay.
Yeah, that's the email address.
Okay. Let's have some people listening on the moves today. Here comes a call. If you want to text me, studio@playradiouk.com. Send me some text now. The James Whale Radio Show, you're on the air. Hello.
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 Oh, is that James?
It is.
Oh, that was quick, because I've just phoned you. It's Terry from France.
Terry from La Belle France.
Yeah. I didn't expect to get you so soon, so I'm a bit taken back.
Well, I was quite quick that time, Terry, because I just looked round and saw the phone ringing, and if I don't look round and see the phone ringing, then it takes a while. But you were lucky. I looked round to see if there was a phone call coming in, and there was.
Yeah, well, it's about time my luck changed.
And we don't go through a switchboard here, so calls come straight to air.
That's what it is, because on that other station, you had to go through the switchboard, didn't you, and wait.
You did. You wait and all that bollocks.
Yeah. But anyway, how's your back? Last time... you said on air you had a bad back. Is it okay?
Well, I buggered up my sciatic nerve years ago, and sometimes it's all right, sometimes it's not.
Yeah, I've got the same thing.
Have you?
It goes down my right leg.
That's it, across your bottom.
Well, I get it the lower back.
Yeah, no, I've done my sciatic nerve, so it's kind of like from my hip across my bum, down my leg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really nasty, that.
Yeah, if I can find someone just to rub it, it relieves it. Not you, Matt. I don't want you touching it.
Well, Mrs. Whale can do that, can't she?
No, she doesn't. I said, can you rub my leg? She said, no, find someone else.
Oh, well...
What do you think I am?
My wife doesn't mind, she's quite happy to do that.
Well, maybe your wife could rub my leg.
Well, I'll ask her.
Yeah, well, do. What part of France are you in?
Well,
well, it's not too far from Bordeaux.
Oh, that's nice. I like Bordeaux.
Yeah, southwest. The Dordogne. Do you know Périgueux?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just outside Périgueux.
Yeah, Mrs. Whale and I were thinking of getting ourselves a little camper van and touring around France sometime.
Well, you must pop in.
Have you got a vineyard?
We've got 3 acres.
Oh, that's nice. What do you do?
I'm a writer. I told you.
You did? I know. I'm just coming back to me now. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm at Waterstones on Monday signing.
You're not, are you really? Are you quite famous then?
Well, not yet, but I'm hoping Waterstones can do something for me. I'm there at the Leadenhall Market.
Where's Leadenhall Market?
It's near the... it's Whittington Avenue.
Okay, so what's your full name?
Terry Denby.
I'm going to make a note. Terry Denby.
And I'll be there from midday.
I see. So you're ringing up for a plug. Well, not a bad idea. The paperback of my autobiography comes out.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about
later this year. So, and I've just written a new chapter.
Yeah.
About my recent excitement.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And
so, when is the paperback coming out then?
September, I think.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so you've got time to...
Well, the lawyers have got to go through it first.
Well, publishers do that, don't they?
Yes, what's your book?
My publishers did that for me.
Well, when I did a book signing last year at was it Waterstones? I think it was in Oxford Street.
Yeah.
I like doing those. Then I wanted to do more.
Yeah.
They don't like doing a lot of them, do they?
It's difficult sometimes. I've never done one in England. I've done a couple here in France.
Do you write them in French?
Sorry?
Do you write your books in French?
No, but there's so many English people living here now.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of doing a radio show just for English people living in France once a week.
Well, that would be good.
Do you think that's a good idea?
I think that's a fantastic idea. Yeah.
So what's this book about, Terry?
Well, it's one of this. There's a very big genre at the moment of what's become known as mislit, misery literature.
I'm right. Yeah.
You know, we've had chick lit, we've had mummy lit, we've had Brit lit. Now we've got mislit.
I might write a book about shag lit.
Well, I think let me just make a note.
No, that's my idea.
Yeah.
Anyway, so mislit. What's the book called?
We see what it's about is. See, I was born in West Ham.
Oh, I can. Yeah,
and,
depressing.
Mummy and Daddy didn't look after me.
Oh no.
And
don't start. No.
It's one of those. So I was taken into a children's home.
Oh no.
But that's when my trouble. When I went to the children's home, that's when my troubles really started.
You got beaten.
Worse.
Abused.
In fact, you wouldn't believe. In fact, when I phoned you before, that I wanted to talk to you about my book, but I didn't. I felt uncomfortable because. Hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
Sorry, I just heard a click then. No. Because if somebody phones up about you think they're looking for publicity.
Yeah.
But I'm not.
You're not.
Or I wasn't. Because what happened to me at in the London, local authority care, it was London County Council at the time, is so outrageous that I think it's just right for you.
Yeah.
Because the BBC wouldn't be interested because it's too outrageous.
Why don't you send me a copy of the book?
Yeah.
And then we can do a proper interview about it.
Yeah. Shall I bring my guitar?
Why?
Sing some songs.
Oh, you do that as well?
I do that as well, yeah.
Have you ever been on...
What's your favourite song, James?
Have you ever been on my show before?
Oh, I've only phoned in.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
I did have somebody who came in. Anyway, what's my favourite... What sort of song?
Anything.
Oh, I don't know. Sing something. I'll tell you if it's my favourite or not.
Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away.
No, I wouldn't bring you a guitar.
No. Okay. Yeah, you caught me off guard there, James.
Yeah, well, such is life. Sometimes you get these, sometimes you get a chance and you just got to go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'll definitely send you the book.
Well, make sure you do.
Yeah, well, actually, what I'll do, I'll send you the hardback because that's got photos in.
Yeah, photos of what?
Sorry?
Photos of what?
There's photos of West Ham, where I was born. There's photos of me. There's photos of my family, and stuff like that.
Okay, right. Okay. How many books do you expect to sell?
Well, I don't know. I think the first print run. I'm not sure, but well, in my contract, there's a figure of 40,000 in my contract.
Right. Mm.
But I don't think they do that many first print run.
Do they not?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know how they work it. But what in my contract is 20,000 hardback, 20,000 paperback.
Right. Okay.
The paperback is coming out on Thursday, the day after tomorrow.
How come the paperback? Oh, so the other one's already come out.
That was out last year, yeah.
And,
or at the beginning of this... No, last year, yeah.
And how many did you sell?
I think the figure at the moment is about 4,000 or 5,000.
Yeah. How much did you get for your advance?
Shall I tell you that on air?
Yeah, no one will know.
Well, it was 5 figures.
Was it?
Yeah.
5 figures?
5 figures, yeah.
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Do you think you've paid off the advance yet?
I don't think I have quite. I
Okay.
mean, I'm waiting for the next royalty statement and to see if that's actually paid off. And then, with if the paperback does well, I should get some royalties.
So that's over £100,000 you got on an advance?
No, I said 5 figures.
Oh, sorry, 5 figures.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's over £1,000 you got on advance. Well, 10.
Well, 5 figures. It's between 10 and 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Well, it is
for an unknown author.
It's very good. That's what my agent said. She said, it's good for a first time writer. That's that's good.
Particularly for a book that's going to depress everybody.
Well, this Jean, this Mislet, it's selling so well.
Yeah.
I mean, have you been in the supermarket lately?
No, I don't try. I hate supermarkets.
Yeah, oh, right.
Unless they're advertising on my show, and I love them. If they're advertising, they're great.
Yeah. Well, even in the bookshops as well. There's so many of them.
Mm. So, should I write a miserable book then next, or?
Yeah, because the Jean is actually getting bigger and bigger.
Okay, well, there's quite a lot of miserable stuff in my book. If you want to really cry,
well, I've read your book.
Have you? Did you think there was some miserable bits in it? Sad bits?
Not particularly.
Did you not think so?
Well, not compared to mine.
You've had a harder life than me.
I think so, having read your book, yeah.
You're living in flipping Dordogne. How can you have had a harder life than anyone?
No, but I'm talking about my earlier years, my childhood.
Oh, I had a nice childhood. I was very lucky with my childhood, but it's, later. Mind you. Okay, well, Terry, thank you very much indeed.
Where shall I send this book to, anyway?
Send it to Playradio. Have you got a P.O. box here? We haven't
got a P.O. box, no, but we do have an address which I believe you'll find through the Contact Us page on the website. If you don't, email me, matt@playradiouk.com. I'll gladly send you the address.
Matt?
At playradiouk.com.
Okay.
And he'll send you the address.
At Playradio...
UK.com.
And it's Matt with 2 T's.
Thanks very much, James.
All right, talk soon. Thanks, Terry.
Okay, cheers. Bye.
Nice bloke, isn't he, really? I think.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what that was all about, but it might be interesting to get him on and talk.
Who cares? He's in France.
Yeah, we can go and stay.
That on the other one.
Yeah, we can go and stay. Right, Sizemorg's coming on for a bit of a chat.
He is, but we need to take some ads.
I know, Sizemorg, you stay there, we'll talk to you in a moment. Lots of you want to know, of course, what my book is called, and a lot of you new listeners as well. Last year I wrote my autobiography because I'm getting quite old, and because I had cancer some years ago, and because I had some... I have some problems in my life with some of my grandchildren. I wanted to write a book so that the grandchildren that my wife and I and their father don't see anymore would understand the reasons why. And I put together my book, which has some photographs, baby photographs of me with women. That sort of stuff. And I think it tells practically most of my life story, and you can get the book. It's called Almost a Celebrity, because, I don't think... there are two types of people, aren't there? There are people who are really very, very well known, and quite often just well known. And there are people who've worked in the media for a long time. I have. And have managed not... I'm reasonably well known, I suppose, but not what I would call a celebrity, per se.
On the sidelines.
Yeah. Not a household name celebrity. There are still people I need to make aware of the whale. So, it's called Almost a Celebrity, my lifetime of nighttime, because for most of my life I've worked at night. I've worked at night as a DJ in the clubs, I've worked at night as an actor in theatres, and I've worked at night on the radio and on TV. So my life has been really spent working at night time, most of night time. And so you can get it on amazon.co.uk, or you go to my website, you can find out how to get there.
That's your phone again, isn't it?
God, yeah.
I can't wait to see what you say about Playradio in your book.
Probably a good time to do this.
Play 2 UK headlines.
John Leslie's issued a scathing attack on the steps of his solicitors about a new rape allegation against him. The former Blue Peter presenter says the claim, dating back to 1995, is totally untrue. Another British soldier has been killed in Afghanistan. It happened during a battle with insurgents in Helmand province. Next of kin have been informed. A rule brought in to allow witnesses to give evidence in court anonymously is facing major uncertainty. It's because of a decision made by the law lords last week. And Andy Murray's first round match with Fabrice Santoro's underway on Wimbledon's centre court. Elsewhere, fellow Brit Naomi Cavaday put up a brave fight before going out to defending champion Venus Williams.
You're up to date on Play 2 UK. Sunday night just got better on Play 2 UK.
Hello, this is Chris Tarrant. If you're hearing this now, you've missed me on Hertz's Half Hour, but don't worry. You can listen again at playradiouk.com/podcast.
Hershey's Half Hour. 30 minutes of top-flight entertainment expertly crammed into 2 hours. Sundays from 10 on Play 2 UK.
It's a show with everything. And then somehow in its way, nothing.
Ellington Lodge Hotel at the Concord Club. A unique place to stay. Going on a cruise or flight? Why not take advantage of the free short-term parking we offer to residents and extend your holiday by a night or two? Ellington Lodge is situated 2 minutes from Southampton Airport and Parkway Station, just off the M27 at Junction 5, and a short taxi ride from the Southampton Cruise Terminals. For more information, visit our website, theconcordclub.com.
James Wales. If opinions count, this man must be a mathematical genius.
Okay, welcome back to the James Whale Radio Show live tonight on Play Radio UK. Of course, welcome all those of you listening through my website at jameswhaleradio.com. And if you go and you can get me through Facebook and everything else as well. You go to jameswhaleradio.com. You can see pictures, old videos of my show, and every day we do a podcast there. At the moment, it's free. Can't go on being free because I'm beginning to feel the pinch a bit. Matt's costing me a fortune, to say the least. This is from is this Joan or Lone Jones? Could be Joan. Nobody's called Lone, are they? Loan. No. Searching for David Icke on Google Video only to find your radio show. I was a big fan and will continue to be. Have you considered asking him as a regular guest? Well, I think we have David as a fairly regular guest, don't we? We'll be getting David back on again. We had him on not long ago, as you know. Derek Russell. Hi, Derek. Picked up your first shows on iTunes podcast. No problem. That's good. That was my mate Pete on the phone.
Oh, on the mobile?
Yeah. We went out Thursday night. I had a fundraising do at the House of Lords for my charity, my kidney cancer charity, which is very good. I enjoy. And so Pete and his wife Janice, my oldest friends, people I've still in contact with after 30-odd years.
Wow.
Have you got any friends 30 years? No.
The longest friend I've had is 25 years.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
But you're only 23.
I'm 29.
Was that somebody you knew in the womb?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Was that really?
Yeah, that's a freaky experience.
Yeah, very freaky. Yeah. I wonder if my friend Pete's got us yet on there. I said, ring the mobile back if you get me. I bet he hasn't. How do I know? Pete, send me an email. studio@playradio.com. Tell me if you can hear me. I've come all over weird hearing you playing with Matt's dongle live on air. David Green is getting carried away. What are you doing there? Fiddling around?
I've lost my connection.
Oh, dear. Let's talk to Sizemorg on Skype. Hello, Sizemorg.
Hello, James.
How are you?
Very well.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, sir.
Good man. What can I do for you?
Well, I want to tell you that even though Ireland voted no against the Jerusalem amendment to the EU.
Right.
Sarkozy still insists that Ireland has 3 months to change their mind or they're out.
So Ireland could be out of the EU?
According to Sarkozy, yes.
Well, I mean, you know, much as I quite like Sarkozy. He seems quite entertaining bloke, but he says ridiculous things. Although when he was slagging off Mandelson, I didn't think that was so ridiculous. But I think Sarkozy's probably talking out. He has no control. The French have been paying less attention to the European community over the last few years than anybody else. And remember, the French already voted no.
So did Holland.
I'm sorry, Sizemore, this is a really rubbish connection, mate. I don't know why it's so bad. Have a listen, Matt.
Hey, James, can I phone back?
Phone back. That's a very good idea. Phone back and we'll talk. I'll leave your place open when you phone back. Why are some of these Skype calls so bad?
It all depends how they've got their Skype set up and what their computer's like. There is a Skype test call that you can try.
Is there?
To make sure, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Because, I mean, we use a lot more Skype calls, and Skype is great technology, and Skype will be the way everybody makes phone calls in the future, won't it? And oh, hang on, what's that one there? Oh, that's my mate Pete. Let's see if he's on. Hi.
Mike?
Yeah.
Hello, James, how are you?
Yeah, he called me Mike, that's my real name.
I know.
Yeah. You're on the air now because I'm working.
Yeah, I can see you on here. I've got it on the screen.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
How far are we behind ourselves?
Well, you're on the real time one. It's a little bit behind, isn't it? 20 to 30 seconds.
Oh, right. Here we go. Hello, James, how are you?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
That was really good night the other night.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I'm surprised you can remember.
Well, most of it.
Yeah. But you enjoyed yourself.
I did.
Yes, oh, good.
I think I'll turn the volume down so I can listen to you. That'd be
Yeah, that would be a very good idea. So, yeah, we're slightly off sync, aren't we?
We are a bit. Now I can see you laughing at the jokes I haven't told you yet.
Yeah, that's very good, isn't it? Do you want to listen? I'll tell you what while you're on. Pete and I met.
Yeah.
Well, hang on, Matt, what?
I was just going to say, if you want to give me his number, I'll call him back and you have him on the line and have a proper chat with him if you want.
Shall I get him on the line? Okay, listen, we're going to call you back.
Yeah.
And you can come on. That'd be good fun. Okay. All right, stay there. Right, Pete's number. I better not actually...
You don't want to say it.
I nearly did. You wouldn't do this. You see, this is the beauty of this sort of radio. You could do anything you want, can't you, really? And this is the way it should be. Radio should always... In the early days, I used to do all this sort of thing. Right, here that's the number, the top one there. Okay, you write that down and give him a ring, and we'll sort that out. Shall I try Sizemore again? Hello, Sizemore.
You have to click that with your mouse, that mouse.
I have to click the top
Click
thing.
the green.
Hang on. Oh, gosh. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
No, the green one.
Oh, the green one? Answer. Okay. Right, let's see. Hello, Sizemore. And that is still not doing very well. It's a bad connection, mate, for some reason.
The toilet, but
you're in the toilet? I didn't think you should have gone that far. No, it's okay. Well, we'll leave that. A couple more emails coming in, and we'll talk to Pete. We'll get Pete on. Pete, as I'll explain when he comes up, Pete's a huge fan of the Shadows. A huge fan of the Shadows. And we had to listen to him playing the Shadows tunes on his birthday the other day. Also, what I didn't know is he's a bit of a comedian as well. Now, Steve Wilkinson says the only way to stop Mugabe is to send in James Bond. Very good idea, Steve. That's something that government haven't done yet, which is a bit of a shame. Right, I've got you there now, I think, haven't I?
Hello, James. Yeah, I'm here now.
You're there, all right.
I'm here.
Okay, can try.
Yeah.
So, are you at home at the moment?
I am indeed. Yes, I'm at home. We're just packing to go away on holiday.
Not again. You are. Listen, you go on holiday more times than anyone I know.
No, we're just going to France for 10 days.
Oh, it's all right for some.
Get a bit of sun.
Oh, really? Well, I do have a lovely time.
We will.
Have a marvellous time. Peter and I met years and years ago when we were extras in Doctor Who. Well,
we were monsters.
We were monsters. You're absolutely right. And then Peter had a birthday party recently. We had to listen to his entire repertoire of the Shadows hits, which was all right. You know, I managed because I'd had a few drinks by the time he came on, and
wasn't that bad.
No, very good, very good. No, it was the dancing. But the bit I really liked were your jokes.
Yes, they were good, weren't they?
Yeah, and apparently you tell these regularly, but I must confess to having not heard you do it before.
I have been known to tell a few in the past.
Right, go on, give us a joke, come on.
Well, it's not too long. Do you want me to... yes, because you haven't got these authorities listening, have you, these days?
No, they can...
you might like this one. Have you heard the one about the Chinese doctor? It's almost a true story. You have a Chinese doctor in our village.
Yeah, may I remind everybody as well, just before we tell, there's nothing racist in this one, is it? No,
there's not.
Okay.
No. I think you might like the job.
Peter used to be...
You might like this one.
Peter used to be the managing director of a radio station as well. Right, okay, go on then.
Well, this one, I think it's funny. So you'll have to accept the finale of this one. This Chinese doctor in our village. We have this lady who's incredibly ugly. I mean, she really is seriously ugly. She frightens the children. She's so ugly, and she was so concerned about this that she went to see the doctor. She went to see the new Chinese doctor, and she said to the doctor, "Could you please help me?" She said, "I'm so ugly. I need you to do something." And the Chinese doctor said to her, "Oh," he said, "you are very ugly." He said, "We are got to see what we cannot do about this." He said, "You've got to take off your blouse." So she thought, well, I'm going to try anything. So she took off her blouse, and the doctor looked at her, and he said, "No," he said, "I still can't see what the problem is." He said, you've got to take off your bra." So the lady looked at him and she thought, well, I'm going to try anything because I've got to sort this problem out. So she took off her bra and the Chinese doctor looked at her. He said, "No." He said, "I still can't see the problem." She said, "But doctor, you must help me." She said, "I'm so ugly." She said, "You really must help me." So he said, "You've got to take off your skirt." So she took off her skirt and he looked. He said, "No, I still can't see the problem. Please, doctor, help me." So he said, "Well, take off your knickers and you'll turn around and you'll bend over." So she thought, I'm going to go for this. So she took off her knickers, she turned around, she bent over, and he said, yeah, I can see what the problem is now. She said, "Oh, doctor, what's the problem?" He said, "You have got a Zachary disease." She said, "Zachary disease?" She says, "What's that?" He said, "Your face is Zachary the same as your arse." Well, that's another. If you did that one, you'd probably get taken off a game, wouldn't you?
I think if
the old rules.
I think if Ofcom had any kind of jurisdiction over here, probably you're right. Yes, but I think you've missed your vocation. Do you know? I think stand-up would have been probably very lucrative for you.
Probably, but at my age, the trouble is I can't remember the jokes. The brain goes, you know. I get halfway through it and I have to look to somebody like Jan and say, "What's the next line?"
Well, yes, that's... but that, you know, did you tell that one? I think you did tell that one, yes.
I had told that one before, yeah.
Is that one of you've got a repertoire of a number of jokes, which I think I'll have to sort of steal off you and do myself from time to time. Yeah.
No problem.
I suppose that wouldn't have... would that have worked being... any sort of a doctor? No, I suppose it wouldn't, would it, really?
It's
got to be a Chinese doctor, yeah.
It's got to be a Chinese doctor.
Because people do get very, very concerned now. If you have an Irish doctor or a Chinese doctor or any other kind of... Everybody's so flipping politically correct. No wonder we're all going round the fucking bend.
Yeah.
So you've got to be very careful now, and thank goodness we found a home for free speech at last.
And I'm delighted to hear you on air again. It's brilliant. And to see you as well.
Yeah, well, there we are. You see the best of both worlds. When we get the lighting sorted out, which isn't... and we get proper cameras in, and various other bits and pieces which we're going to do, I think it'll be fine.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Be absolutely fine. And the other thing, of course, is that now... and Jan, Peter's wife, is very big in the world of computers.
She is.
Yeah. And there's a little dongle you can stick in the back of your computer that will broadcast the radio, the online radio stations on. We've been talking about it earlier this evening. Onto into your radio, your FM radios.
Tremendous.
It's an FM radio transmitter. What's it called, Matt?
It's called a dongle. A dongle is basically anything that you stick in the back of your computer, but this is an FM transmitter dongle. There are a few on the market. You can have a Belkin TuneCast 2 FM transmitter, or like some people have said tonight,
the Lupo.
They've ordered a Linux FM transmitter that plugs into your USB port, so you don't need any batteries or separate power supplies, and they all go for about 15 quid.
All that
technology.
all that money those people have spent on DAB radio, it's going to cause them a lot of upset.
Yeah. So we'll have the whole country listening to you on their computers.
Yeah, well,
on their hi-fis.
Yeah, well, you can even get one that you plug into your phone that then does the same thing, of course, because you can get the radio via your phone, via the internet, and then it broadcasts it onto your. It's like a little Bluetooth thing. Broadcasts it through your car radio.
Brilliant.
So I think that's the way forward.
So you're enjoying yourself there, James?
Yes, I'm having a great time.
Good.
I really am. And when you get back from yet another of your long holidays,
we'll get together.
We'll get together. Okay.
That'd be great.
See you soon.
All right, leave it to it. Take care.
Take it easy.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
James.
Bye. He and his wife Jan have been friends of ours for years. Did you think that was a funny? I thought that was a funny joke.
I thought it was a good joke. Yeah.
Is anybody upset about that?
Why should anyone be upset about that?
Well, because when you do voices, they do. You know, I do a great Jamaican voice, and you have to be very careful.
Right.
My Jamaican voice is second to none.
Go on then.
No, I'm going to save it for later.
Okay.
My Bangladeshi voice is brilliant.
You're going to save that for later?
Yeah, I might do, because, you know, I'm one of the judges in the Curry Awards.
Right.
And I had a big discussion on my previous radio program about terminology, about the word "packy," which upset a lot of people.
It does.
And we came, not understandably in a way, but we came to the conclusion because, you know, is packy any more offensive than Brit? Now, the fact is that packy is Pakistani shortened, all right? So Pakistanis basically wish to take back control of that word because it shouldn't be an offensive word. It is only an offensive word because racists have used it in a detrimental way. I mean, there are lots of people who used to say, I'm going to pop down the packy shop to get a packet of cigarettes, who did not mean an insult. It's an interesting discussion that we may have at another time on the programme.
It's the same with the word nigger as well.
That has worse connotations that's an interesting point because when working on radio stations, other radio stations, that word was part of discussions, that word was never even mentioned. And it was interesting because that word has connotations that go back to slavery. And again, it has. It's okay for a black guy, for a rap singer, to sing about, you know, niggers, but it isn't okay in many ways for a white person to try and use it in that way. It is more offensive. That word is an offensive word. The word packy is just the shortened, abbreviated word of the name of the country that you come from, like Brit. So you have to be careful there.
Yeah, you have to be careful. My point is that black people will quite happily use the word nigger between each other.
Yeah.
So they obviously don't find it racist between each other.
It
Why
depends.
Does it
This is an interesting. I'm glad you brought that up. But why on earth couldn't you bring it up earlier on? Now we're nearly the end of the show. But we'll do this. Maybe do this next week. Or people could email us about this. I think a lot of it has to do with the way a person uses the word. And if you use the word in a way that is trying to be offensive, which a lot of people try to do, then it is offensive. All right? And I think that's all there is to it, in my view.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Anyway, having said that, Peter's dad was a great bloke. Peter's dad played the verger in Dad's Army. Do you remember Dad's Army?
Dad's Army, great.
You know the guy with the little glasses and the vicar's mate?
Oh, really?
That was his dad.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Edward Sinclair.
Fantastic.
He played that. And funnily enough, Peter's beginning to look more and more like him. Not that that's wrong, no, you know, just I saw that the other day when he was wearing little round glasses. He's more and more like him. If he takes up the post in the local church, well, who knows where it could end. Time for us to take a short break. We'll be back right after these words.
Playradio UK have teamed up with Virgin Wines to offer you a massive £20 discount off your favourite wines. Visit playradiouk.com/Virgin Wines to start saving now and get your favourite wines delivered to your door. Play Radio UK and Virgin Wines for people who love their wine and a great deal. playradiouk.com/Virgin Wines.
James Wales. They can take the man off the radio, but they can't take the voice off air.
Okay, welcome back. Last 15 minutes of the programme. I'm on bid this week, Friday and Saturday, about 7:30, I think. Is it 4:30 to 7:30 or 7:30 to 10:30? Check out and find out. Okay, I'm at Bid TV. We're back next Tuesday at 6, but we are moving the time. Matt will tell you when.
Yes, certainly from the 8th of July, which is a Tuesday, we'll be moving you from 6 till 10 to 8 till midnight, and we'll be doing the same thing on a Thursday.
Yeah, okay. Now, the biggest surprise, this is from Chris D. He says, the biggest surprise I had when parking, was when I went shopping at Asda in Brighton, whilst on a few days holiday on the south coast a few weeks ago. I parked in the Asda car park and didn't realise that I had to buy a ticket in advance. I never have had to buy a ticket at any Asda store before or in any other supermarket. I've never bought a ticket to park in a supermarket, I must admit. When I returned to my car, I had a £60 fine there, having been there for 30 minutes. Chris in Huntsville. We'll go to parking errors. What was Neil Heron's website? Parkingerrors.co.uk, I think, or parking something. Yeah. Well, you'll find it.
I've got it here.
Oh, you got it? Yeah. I can't. I wrote it down in such a scribbly way that I can't read it. Parkingappeals.co.uk. Go to that. Parkingappeals.co.uk. Glenn is in LA. Hiya, Glenn, buddy. He's Skyped us. Let's see if we can get him on. Hi, Glenn.
All right, James.
How you doing?
Pretty good. I'm using the live video for audio as well, so it's totally synced up nicely.
Fantastic. A clear picture over there. Well, it's a little bit shiny, isn't it, in here?
It's a bit weird having Tommy Boyd at the top of the web page, and then
Tommy Boyd works here too, or worked here too. Tommy Boyd is back and forth. He's sometimes here and sometimes he's not.
Not the Tommy Boyd.
Yeah, not the Tommy Boyd show is on with Matt on Sunday night.
Yeah.
And if I'm not working here in the future, we are not going to have a show called Not the James Wales Show, that's for sure.
Not unless we pay you.
Not unless you pay me, yeah. So what's happening in LA, Glenn?
I'm just doing some work, just about to have some lunch, so I just thought I'd give you a call.
Just about to have some lunch.
How do I get the video working on this?
Oh, God, how does he get the video working on this? You've got to go to a special site, and, yeah, if you press on click, on watch, no, click on watch.
I've got the video of you.
Yeah.
But how do you access video of me?
Oh, okay, how do I access video of Glenn?
He needs to have his webcam turned on.
You need to have your webcam turned on.
Well, I just have a MacBook, so just the Mac camera. How do I get the Mac camera on?
Well, I don't know. It's your computer. You should know how to use it.
I'm still getting used to this Skype thing. I'm getting up to speed with it.
I think obviously if you had your webcam on, I could see you.
Right.
I'm looking over here because that's where the screen is. Eventually, do you realise we've got Mr. Tubbs coming back as well? Do you realise that eventually we'll be able to do radio phone-ins when everybody's going to be able to see everything, and there will be a way of making sure that every other listener can see all the calls that are coming on too? I presume that that's already there, is it?
Well, if you had a vision mixer and two separate computers, you could do it very easily. I mean, at the minute we can do that. If he was to come up on webcam, we could use this camera and point it at the screen. It would then come up, but not such a good quality. No. But yeah, the technology's already there.
So we could do a live TV phone-in where people can see the person phoning in as well as the person presenting it.
That's right, but then as
technology.
With Skype, it always comes down to the other person's connection and equipment.
Well, I think that's going to get better. I mean, Glenn's going to work it out. So Glenn's Skype sounds good.
From LA
Is
as
it
well.
nice and clear?
Yeah, very good.
I checked out some of the Bid TV footage on YouTube.
Oh yeah. Have they got me on YouTube on Bid TV?
Yeah.
Bastards.
Someone uploaded you selling the MP4 players.
Yeah. They're good, those little MP4 players, for about £5. Really?
And they started off at about 90.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of Bid TV. They have so much stuff. And every single item has to be sold before we can move on.
Have you got any plans to get Philip Stott back on?
Yep, I have. And in fact, I think probably when in a few weeks' time, when we're going on from 8 until midnight, 2 nights a week, I think I'll get Philip Stott. Philip Stott is a brilliant climatologist who will astound you if you've never heard him before. But
the show with Nigel Lawson was amazing. I've got that downloaded. That was Essential Radio.
Can you send that to my website or something or not? Can you do that? I haven't.
Yeah, I can.
I don't have a copy of it because it was one of the last shows I did.
Yeah. Where do you want me to send it to? I can.
JamesWhaleRadio.com.
What I can do is just upload it to like an FTP site and send you the link, and then you can download it from there.
If you could do that, I'd be really, because I haven't got a copy of it, and I'd really like one.
All right. What was the email address again?
James Whale Radio, all one word. James Whale Radio.
Yeah.
.com.
Okay. Just email it through that website.
Yeah.
Through your official site. Okay.
Listen, I've got a message.
Yeah,
from Glenn.
I'll email it.
Hang on, we've got a message for you, Glenn.
Somebody's emailed in, Glenn, to say, in order to activate your video, go to Preferences, Video, and then enable Activate Skype Video.
Yeah, try that then. Come on. Let's have a look at you.
Video.
That's the Mac Man in Alicante in Spain. Well done, Mac Man.
Enable Skype Video is checked, but it's not showing up.
Right. Well, that's the instructions I got for you. Other than that, without
hang on. If we were to click on here, no, you've moved it. You've got it. If we were to click on there on his thing, would we get a picture of him up at this end?
It should automatically be there.
Oh, okay.
It would appear here. You see where his name is. No.
No. Okay.
Yeah, it's not showing up for some reason.
Have you got the lens?
There we go. There we go.
Hang on.
It's on.
It's on. All right, it'll take.
Activate.
Yeah. Hold on. Here we go. This is fascinating. I can show everybody at home by pointing my webcam at your picture in a minute what you look like. Show everybody at home. Sorry. Yeah, show those people who are online who can see it at the moment. If we can get it open. What are you doing now?
Well, it should be popping up, but it's not. So I'm looking if there's an option that I need to press.
Okay. Phones and headsets, webcams. There you are. Go down to webcams. I'm quicker at this than you.
It'll be well worth the wait once you see me actually.
That's the wrong.
Will
the
it?
Wrong thing. Yeah, that's taken.
Have you got any beach babes in there with you?
No, I wish I did. I've got a nice view of the downtown LA skyline, though. If I can maybe show you that.
I can't. I haven't got to you yet. I'm not getting anything. Unfortunately, I'm not. All I'm getting is this. Yeah. That's all I'm getting at the moment, and I should be getting.
For some reason, it's not popping up with the video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why we're not getting you, but we're not.
It's on now anyway. I figured out how to do it, so I'll try it again next time.
Okay. Well, maybe if you call back with it on, it'll work.
That might work. Yeah.
It might work. All right. Call me back in a second.
Right.
I'm running out of time anyway. Call me back in a second. Nice to talk to you, Glenn. Thanks a lot. James, watching in real time. Very good quality sound. Syncs perfectly with the picture. Really? Sounds. I thought we were slightly. Oh, because when I was on the phone with somebody, I got it.
Yeah.
I was listening to your old show the other night. Right. Okay. Errol from Stephen. I can't comment on that, Errol. But yeah, you're quite right.
There we go.
Who's that?
Glenn.
Is that Glenn? Are you there, Glenn?
Hey, here I am.
There we are. There's Glenn. Look, for everybody at home, have a look. There you are. Look, there's Glenn. Isn't this fantastic technology?
Yeah.
So there we are. That's Glenn. I can see you. Now
it's
let's have a little look.
Like a radio/TV show now.
Absolutely, Glenn. So there we are. You look very American. I must admit, I've been talking to you, Glenn, for years on the radio.
Yeah, but check it out, James.
Yeah?
Fred
Okay.
Perry.
Fred Perry, yeah. Is Fred Perry popular in LA?
No, it isn't. There's one shop, I think, in the whole of LA that sell Fred Perry and Ben Sherman stuff.
Just remind me what you do in LA.
I do online music publicity.
Okay, and one of my very best
So
friends...
for a bunch of record labels hire us to do their online publicity.
Well, why haven't you been sending me records, Glenn?
I told Matt that I was going to send a big package, just haven't got around to it. I'll put together some stuff for the jazz channel, because we tend to do jazz mostly.
Okay. Now listen, a very good friend of mine lives in LA called Luke Goss. You remember Bros? Probably you're too young for Bros.
That's weird that you mentioned that. I was speaking to the guy in the clothing shop I was on about, and he mentioned that he came in there the other day.
Because I haven't spoken to Luke for ages, so if you get a chance, if you bump into him...
I don't know if he said it was Luke or Matt that was in there, but one of them was in there.
It would have been Luke. Now show me out of your window. Let me see the skyline of LA.
Alright, let me see if...
Oh, you've frozen up.
Oh, he's moved his computer, which is...
you've moved your computer.
Pulled his webcam...
no, hang on, there we are, that's cool. Leave that...
window.
Yeah, leave that there a minute, I'll get that shot for people. Oh, look at that.
Can you see anything?
Hey, that's fantastic.
Move your camera down a bit.
Move your camera down a bit. Move it up a bit. I think it might have frozen.
Down a bit. It's just catching up with itself because the image is moving too quickly.
Okay. There we are. That's a view out of Glenn's window at the moment, and we've lost the picture, Glenn.
He's lost his call. We've lost his call.
Oh, we've lost his call completely.
Well, we've got some emails we should get through.
Okay, sorry about that, Glenn. This is a great idea. This is one of the brilliant things of this sort of radio. And listen, guys, if you can get yourself a Skype phone and a webcam, we can have some great fun here on the program. We can even do video commercials. When I think about it, I can get products that we can sell and I can demonstrate, like Big TV, in the studio. That's what we should do. So if you want to go and get a Skype phone, go to Skype. Well, Google Skype.
Yeah.
Google Skype, and get yourself a Skype. It doesn't cost a lot.
You don't need a Skype phone.
You don't need a Skype phone, you just can get a little microphone and plug it in.
If you've got a microphone built into your laptop, you just use that and a pair of headphones. The quality won't be great, but you'd be better off with a headset rather than a phone.
Yeah. Get a headset.
In my opinion.
A headset like these, okay? I've got this big microphone, but I could use just a little one round the side here, which I may well be doing in the future. Right, okay, let's do a couple of emails. James, please, you're doing the Late Show, have been a loyal listener for over 10 years, chuffed your back, keep on! Well, that's nice of you. Thank you very much indeed. That's from Tony Alessi. Tony Alessi was a singer called Tony Alessi, wasn't it? Maybe this may be the way to go. This is from Graham and Kay. What is that there? They sent in a best regards, Graham and Kay. Saying this may be the way to go. Is that something that?
Oh, well, that's a link to a website or something.
Oh, right.
I don't know what that is.
I'll have a look.
I will.
Yeah, it might be one of those websites.
One of those.
That you keep looking at. You were just about to start on Tony Blair. I remembered reading about his retirement. Not bad. Most of us would be lucky to have someone hold the door open for us as we leave. Yeah, absolutely right, my friend. Absolutely right. I've got 3 minutes to go. I haven't played any music tonight.
No.
Which I normally play a bit of music on the show. And we're thinking about having some live music. I'm thinking I'm going to bring Jim Diamond down in a couple of weeks.
Cool.
And Jim's going to come down and play on the show, which I think will be good. Now, what do we got here? David says, today a friend of mine goes to Iraq. Would you wish him luck? I know he's listening. He's a bombardier in the Royal Artillery. Good luck, my friend, and keep your head down and come back safe. David Icke to stand in Big Brother by-election. I am not standing to
a quote from David Icke.
Oh, is it? Okay,
yeah.
Big Brother, right.
Should I get rid of that?
I'm not standing to oppose David Davis as such because I have no wish to be elected to Parliament and get stuck in that irrelevant web of deceit and corruption. I couldn't take my seat anyway because I would never go through the pathetic ritual of pledging my allegiance to the Queen. So he's not going to stand in it. I would be... There is an enormous amount of what David Davis stands for on other issues that I fundamentally disagree with. But this is a time for all colours, creeds, backgrounds and views to unite on something that affects all of us. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll ask David to come on and talk about it on the next show.
Okay.
I'm sure he will. A couple more. Title of the next book, Confessions of a Washing Machine Repairman, How to Fix a Washing Machine in 37 Easy Lessons. You've been reading my wife's blogs. Wasn't that guy not plugging his book, Nigel, with a posh accent? I've got nothing to plug, but glad I found you. Loved Lot C. That's very nice, C. Thank you. You could be right. James, I've just ordered a Linux FM transmitter. It plugs in the USB port, no batteries or separate power supply. Sells for £15 to £18. Let you know how good it is when it arrives. That's great. Lots of people getting themselves involved in that. Sundeep was on. Good to hear from you, Sundeep. Good to hear you back on air. When are you going to get Derek Akora on? I was with Derek Akora Saturday night, and he is coming on in the near future. In fact, that's another person we might get on next week. Great to hear you back again. I've just installed the Internet Radio Beta from Nokia. Is that right? Beta. Yeah. Is it B-E-T-A?
Yeah,
Beta. That's what you need from Nokia. So I can listen to you on my phone. It's fantastic. Sod the other station. I've listened to you for 13 years, and that's from Adrian in Norwich. So there we are. You can, in your Nokia phone, just get the Nokia Beta, stick it in the phone, and it'll come up on your radio.
You want to end on an Irish joke?
No.
That's it, then.
Not really. David Lester. That's about it, really. I think I'm going to put my pen away, and I'm going to say thank you very much indeed for tuning in. I'll be blogging on my website, jameswellradio.com, every day. And I shall be continuing, of course, here. And soon we're going to be moving to 2 nights. And we're going to be going a little later from 8 until midnight. So hopefully that will satisfy some of my friends out there. And don't forget, during the week, between now and next Tuesday, if you'd like to email me, it's james.whale@playradiouk.com. james.whale@playradiouk.com. And it'd be good to get your emails between now and next Tuesday. And you can come on Facebook, and you can come on my website at jameswellradio.com. So until then, thank you very much indeed for listening. Thanks to everybody at Play Radio UK. Coming up next, it's Sarah Booker.